See then. So city clerk, hang on here. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Next item.
Next on the agenda is 2.1, and it's the approval of the minutes from May the 5th.
May the 5th minutes, Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Darling on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is the approval of the agenda, and we have a number of items that came from Committee of the Whole. The first one would be 17.1, recommendation with respect to a conveyance of an easement. 17.2, patio license agreement. 17.3, license from port for parking on Tilly Lane. 17.4, grant of easement to DTI at St. James, Sydney, and Charlotte Streets. 17.5, 12 Neighbors, Inc., Service New Brunswick. And 17.6, Housing for All strategy.
17.7 Troop Street. Going out, okay. Okay, I'll take a seconder. Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, city clerk, next item.
Next, disclosures of conflict of interest, if we have any.
I don't know if I said this, but I'll note that Councillor Killen's online, coming in virtually. No conflict of interest. Next item.
Next is the consent agenda.
Deputy, over to you for consent.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd move 5.1 through 5.4, please.
Second seconder on that, Councillor Sullivan. On the question, Councillor Redwan, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for transparency, the Council Community Fund for me is in here this evening. I just wanted to share with residents that the reason why I've chosen the Lattimore Lake Community Center to give some funds to for chairs for seating is because Champlain Heights Association, Redhead Association, all these East Side associations are going to be able to use some of their space for free when they're available. So it's something that can be good for the whole ward.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I will call the question on the consent agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is item 6, members' comments.
Members' comments. And we have, okay. Let's see. Councillor Redwan, over to you quickly.
Yes, Mayor. The National Accessibility Awareness Week is coming up, and I just wanted to chat about that for a moment. So starting on May the 25th, they have opening ceremonies, a pop-up market, and they're partnering with Key Industries. And on the 26th is a proclamation and flag raising at City Hall at 12 noon. They also have the Red Shirt Day, and they're actually requesting that members of the public, staff, and council to wear red shirts for the 28th. And they have a career fair that's happening that Key Industries, I believe, is putting on the 29th. And then the Walk and Roll Challenge, and they're having some para-sports on the last day. A lot of us are not going to be here for all of the events, but you can certainly take a look at the NAAW page for more details about the events. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very quickly, I hear a lot about, Moncton's doing this, Fredericton's doing that. And I just want to share this with you as the chair for the Growth Committee. The City of St. John has got $185 million in construction permits, nearly 5 times what we've had over the last 5 years at this point in time. Think about that, 5 times. So anybody that says St. John's idle, St. John's far from idle. We are booming. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly, item 5.2 on your consent agenda that was just approved is being undertaken as a project because of the need for accessibility improvements at that busy intersection of McAllister Drive and Westmoreland Road, traffic signals upgrades, and that aligns with Disability Awareness Week. This project of improvements at the McAllister-Westmoreland intersection has been among the top priorities of the St. John Ability Accessory Committee, SJAAC. The intersection currently lacks audible messaging for pedestrians with low or no vision, and it lacks access ramps. There is also a utility pole in a small island that is a serious challenge for pedestrians with mobility aid devices. So I'm happy to report that in light of Disability Awareness Week, that this project that will be completed this year will create a fully accessible intersection with audible pedestrian system, tactile warning surfaces, and properly placed curb ramps. So that's good news too. Okay, City Clerk, next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next is a proclamation, item 7.1 on your agenda. This is for Disability Awareness Week, May 25th to 31st.
Okay, whereas the municipality of St. John is committed to assisting citizens with disabilities to participate fully in our community, and whereas many persons living with disabilities face barriers in the areas of employment, access to information, transportation, housing, education, recreation, and other disability-related supports. And whereas we believe that more citizens with disabilities should have the chance to access disability-related supports to improve their opportunities in New Brunswick, and whereas we support the theme, championing accessibility, celebrating diversity. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Donna Node-Reardon of St. John, do hereby request the citizens of St. John join me with our council in recognizing persons with disabilities and their role in our community by the observance of Disability Awareness Week, and do hereby proclaim the week of May 25th to 31st, 2025 as Disability Awareness Week in the City of St. John. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next is the public hearing, which we'll have to skip until the advertised time of 6:30. So next item after that would be consideration of bylaws, item 10 on the agenda. And just to mention to Councillor Harris, you were not present for 10.2 and 10.3 public hearing, but 10.1 you'd be fine. So we will go with the first one, which is 10.1 building bylaw third reading.
Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you for the brief intro.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. Tonight, we're bringing forward the third reading of the city's updated building bylaw. The purpose of this update is to align with changes at the provincial level. Specifically, the province has moved to the 2020 National Building Code of Canada and the 2020 National Energy Code of Canada under the Building Code Administration Act. To clarify for Council, the province's regulation adopting the 2020 codes came into effect on May 1st. As a result, any building permit applications submitted on or after May 1st are required to meet the 2020 National Building Code and the 2020 National Energy Code. The city's bylaw is written to automatically reference the version of the national codes adopted by the province, which means future updates will not require a change to our bylaw. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, not seeing any questions. City Clerk, over to you for the motions required.
Thank you, Your Worship. In this case, only two motions required. The first would be to approve third reading by summary, and next to approve third reading by title.
Approve third. Councillor Sullivan and the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
And this is titled, "The Bylaw Respecting the Construction, Repairs, and Demolitions of Buildings and Structures in the City of St. John." And the summary of this would be the proposed St. John building bylaw has been updated to remove references to specific code additions and instead cite the Building Code Administrations Act and its regulations to establish the applicable versions. This ensures alignment with provincial updates, including the adoption of the 2020 National Building Code of Canada and the 2020 National Energy Code of Canada for buildings effective April 1st, 2025, while avoiding unnecessary future amendments.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve third reading by title. Councillor Darling and Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A bylaw respecting the construction, repair, and demolition of buildings and structures in the City of St. John.
Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is item 10.2.
Councillor Harris, you're, yeah, right, okay.
And this item is a zoning bylaw text amendment, salvage yard.
Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you for the intro.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. Before you this evening for third reading is an application for a text amendment proposed by Growth and Community Services. The text amendment eliminates scrap or salvage yard as a use within the medium industrial zone. The amendment would limit the establishment of new scrap or salvage yards to sites zoned heavy industrial within the zoning bylaw. The application received first and second reading on May 5th, following the required public hearing, and I can confirm that all legislative requirements of the Community Planning Act have been met, and the item is now before you to move forward with third reading. Thank you.
Okay, I do see a question. Councillor Ogden, you have a question for the Commissioner?
How long would it take for us to start to reclassify? I mean, a solar farm is classified as heavy industry. That doesn't make any sense to me. How long would it take us to start declassifying this into light and medium and such? Like, is that a provincial body that has to do that?
Through your worship, I'd have to do a little bit of digging into that, but if we did want to do a text amendment to make a change that is staff or council-led, typically it takes 3 to 4 months to do
Because-
that.
Because this item is regarding the salvage yards only.
Yeah, I know, but
Right.
the word heavy industry has a really bad connotation with it.
Okay. All right. So, okay, so over to you, City Clerk, for the motions.
Thank you. 2 motions needed for this. Approve the third reading in its entirety and approve third reading by title.
Third reading, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Lowe for third reading by entirety. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John. The zoning bylaw of the City of St. John, enacted on the 15th day of December 2014, is amended by deleting the definition of scrap or salvage yard at section 3.1 and replacing it with the following. Scrap or salvage yard means any use of land or building for the storage, wrecking, disassembling, refurbishing, or handling of goods, machinery, or motor vehicles. It may include a recycling facility, the sale of salvage materials, or outdoor storage. Number 2, deleting scrap or salvage yard from the medium industrial use in Table 12.1 at Section 12. Number 3, deleting scrap or salvage yard subject to paragraph 12.12B from permitted uses list at subsection 12.21. Number 4, deleting paragraph 12.2 sub 2B. 5, adding the following industrial exceptions to Schedule E, IM 65 Recycling Street, PID 004-30967, 550-05474, and 003-05896, Scrapper Salvage Yard, IM 81-85 Whitebone Way, PID 552-30825, and 552-30817, Scrap Salvage or Yard.
Thank you. So I'll take a motion to approve third reading by title. The deputy and Councillor Darling on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
And the title is a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
All right, next item, City Clerk.
And next is 10.3, zoning bylaw amendment for 6 Douglas Avenue.
Over to you, Commissioner Paffenroth, for the intro again.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Before you this evening for third reading is an application for rezoning that was submitted by Jill Higgins for 6 Douglas Avenue. The rezoning will permit the conversion of a former place of worship into a multi-unit residential development. The application received first and second reading on May 5th, following the required public hearing, and I can confirm that all legislative requirements of the Community Planning Act have been met, and the item is now before you to move forward with third reading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any questions. City Clerk, over to you for the 2 motions.
2 motions, same as last time, approve third reading by entirety and approve third reading by title.
Third reading by entirety, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John. The zoning bylaw of the City of St. John, enacted on the 15th day of December 2014, is amended by amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John, by rezoning a parcel of land having an area of approximately 611 square meters located at 6 Douglas Avenue, also identified as PID 003-68910 and 003-68902, from neighborhood community facility to urban center residential.
Thank you, and I'll take a motion to approve third reading by title. Councillor Darling and the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
Next item is 15.1 under General Correspondence, and it's a letter from a citizen regarding traffic flow, and there's a recommendation to receive this for information.
On this one, I'll say quickly that your staff over the weekend did a little bit of research on this and can respond to Mr. McInerney. So if you'd like to direct the staff to respond to Mr. McInerney's the deputy, sounds good. I'll take a seconder on that. Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next are the items that came from Committee of the Whole session. So the first of those would be item 17.1, and this is a recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to conveyance of easement for stormwater management off Downsview Drive. And there's a resolution associated with this, and it reads that the city grant easements to 712102 NB Inc. to permit the installation of a storm sewer and permit the collection of to permit the collection and drainage of surface storm water on a parcel of land owned by the city identified as PID 552-31856, generally as shown on the sketch attached to MNC 2025-134, titled Easements for Storm Drain Purposes, dated April 30, 2025, in consideration of the sum of $1,000 plus HST, if applicable, and subject to the following conditions: that the grantee, at its own cost, prepare a plan of survey required to depict the easement area and effect the conveyance. B, that the grantee be responsible for at its own cost for the construction and maintenance of the storm sewer in the easement area. C, that the grantee pay for all registration and filing fees required by Service New Brunswick, if applicable, for the plan of survey and easement agreement. And number 2, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the documents necessary to effect the conveyance of the easement.
Okay, I'll take a mover and a seconder on that. Deputy, Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next, from Committee of the Whole is a recommendation. It's item 17.2, and it's with respect to patio license agreement. The resolution would be that the city waive its right of first refusal at Section 8B of the license agreement with each of the A, St. John Beer Market, Inc., B, 750559 NB, Inc., C, Fog Cutter, Inc., and D, Crow Bell, Inc., to permit the licensees to sell the patio furniture to which Section 8B applies and apply the funds received from the sale to the purchase of new patio furniture.
Take a mover, Councillor Norton, and on the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is item 17.3, a recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to license from Port for parking on Tilley Lane. And the recommendation is that the city enter into a license agreement with the St. John Port Authority in the form as generally attached to MNC 2025-129 for the purpose of providing a parking solution for the Carleton Community Center, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said license agreement and any other documents ancillary thereto.
Okay, I'll take a mover, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Stewart on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is 17.4, recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to grant of easement to DTI at St. James, Sydney, and Charlotte Streets. The resolution would be that the city grant an easement to the province of New Brunswick, generally in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its meeting held on May 20, 2025, for the placement of foundation footings as shown on an attached plan of survey titled Plan of Survey showing easement requirements for building footing St. James Street, Charlotte Streets, and Sydney Street, St. John County, New Brunswick. 2, that the province of New Brunswick pay to the city of St. John $1,000 plus HST if applicable in consideration for the granting of the easement. And 3, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said easement and any other documents ancillary thereto.
Okay. Counselor Darling, Counselor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is item 17.5, and it's recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to 12 Neighbors, Inc. service agreement. The resolution reads that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute a service agreement with 12 Neighbors Community, Inc. to provide and operate temporary transitional housing in the city's green zones in support of the implementation of the City of St. John Housing for All strategy, and generally in the form as presented to the Committee of the Whole in M&C 2025-137.
Okay, I can take a mover and a seconder on that now. Counselor Ogden and Counselor Darling. And Kara Coase, over to you for a quick presentation on this one for us. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Amy, you're introducing it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me, and members of council. Very pleased this evening to introduce the significant milestone in implementation of our city's Housing for All strategy. Homelessness in our community is a large concern. Not all of our citizens have a safe, warm place to lay their head. In partnership with the province of New Brunswick, the city has received funding as part of the federal Unsheltered Homelessness and Encampments Initiative. This funding enables the city, province, and community partners to create temporary transitional housing as a green zone pilot project as part of our Housing for All strategy. I now invite Kara Coase, the Senior Manager of Community Support Services, to share more details about the Green Zone pilot program, including where they will be, who will manage and operate the sites, and next steps in providing much-needed shelter to our unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Poffenroth. Your Worship, members of council, I'd like to start by thanking community partners that are with us tonight, staff from Social Development with the province of New Brunswick, from Fresh Start Services for our outreach team, as well as from 12 Neighbors Incorporation. In December 2023, Council approved the city's vision statement to steer conversations of supporting our homelessness population. Every resident within the City of St. John is entitled to a safe, supported, and sustainable home. In the spirit of the right to adequate housing articulated in the 1948 United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the City of St. John wishes for its residents to live in security, peace, and dignity, regardless of the home's permanence. The City of St. John's goal is to provide safe community spaces for access by all its residents while supporting individuals as they access housing that meets their specific needs. In 2023, the city, province's Department of Social Development, and community agencies partnered to support our homeless population, including but not limited to those living rough, emergency shelter, and opening a homelessness hub to provide space to be out of the weather elements, as well as wraparound services. In 2024, the Housing for All strategy is approved, outlining 28 actions, demonstrating the strong partnerships and collaboration of how all of us will support our homeless. Work begins on identifying green zone sites, a place where those without permanent residence can live safely, where basic needs are met, such as washroom facilities, heat, and water. 2025, the City of St. John receives more than $3.5 million in funding to support people living without homes as part of the Federal Unsheltered Homelessness and Encampments Initiative in partnership with the Province of New Brunswick and Human Development Council. The only municipality in New Brunswick to receive such funds, in part by our strong community and government relations. Our Housing for All strategy is a roadmap, a living document meant to adapt as we continue to navigate this uncharted territory. 28 actions, each needing their own project plan, have defined parameters and will achieve scope, resources, timelines, and measurable outcomes. For our Green Zone pilot, which is Action 10 in the Housing for All strategy, it's a secure, safe space where basic needs are met. It is important that all members of our community have a safe place to rest their head, a place where they are warm, have access to water and other conveniences, as well as professional programs and services in support of their journey to transitional housing. Site considerations in looking for our green zones would be, is it on a bus route? Is there a sidewalk? accessible for infrastructure, walking distance to support services and amenities. Phase 1 of our green zone locations will be located at Egbert Street to welcome residents midsummer, and Phase 2 will be located at Thorn Avenue to welcome residents late fall. These two sites offer the requirements needed to support on-housed individuals with stable transitional units. Neighborly Homes is an initiative of 12 Neighbors Incorporated. Neighborly Homes will be constructing and operating the green zone sites at Egbert Street and Thorn Avenue. A closed, secured courtyard and facility housing a minimum of 454 people between both sites, with individual units, shared amenities, and 24 hours a day, 7 days a week staffing. And there will be accessible units on site. Neighborly Homes will consist of 4 courtyards in total for the 2 green zone sites. 2 at Egbert Street, opening in August, and 2 in Thorn Avenue, opening in December. At least 27 people per complex, 2 accessible units, and some may permit double occupancy, for example, couples. 4 courtyards will allow for some segregation, such as women courtyard or dry courtyard, co-ed or wet. Clients will be placed in the green zones based on the coordinated access system, which is through our Homeless Individuals and Families Information System. A visual of the exterior and interior of each of these units. They will be side by side, forming the enclosed courtyards. The province of New Brunswick has transitioned the Out of the Cold shelter to a full-time non-gendered shelter operating 8 to 8 daily. Recognize that with our current shelters, along with the green zones, there are still a large number of individuals who need a place to get out of the weather elements. This is also where any relocation of individuals from high-risk areas will be directed to. This initiative is to help support clients along their journey. Fresh Start Services has an agreement with the province's Social Development Department to support the homeless community. The outreach team, operated by Fresh Start, SHIFT, supporting homeless individuals and families to transition, is a frontline response to homelessness in St. John, providing street-level engagement, intake, referral response, rapid rehousing, encampment support, and after-hours crisis response. The city partners with Fresh Start to provide supports to individuals in their space that need to be relocated, clean up sites, and provide garbage pickup. Relocations occur from high-risk areas such as schoolyards, playgrounds, for example, as well as safely for the encamped and community, such as between railway tracks and the highway. Framework in which the outreach team will monitor high-risk areas, also known as the red zones, and support the encamped relocation will be developed and brought back as a framework. Finalizing in agreements with the 12 Neighbors Incorporation to construct, operate, and green zones is underway, and tonight we'll be ready to move forward with this upon vote. An RFP will be posted to expand the outreach team. Discussions on selecting who the residents will be, relationships between operators and outreach are taking place in preparation for midsummer. As part of the funding received, a Housing for All advisor, a temporary position, has also been posted with the city. Shape Your City will be launched this evening. The city will also be hosting a meeting with the immediate neighbors next Wednesday to discuss this initiative and answer any questions. And the greater community is invited to attend an information session next Wednesday evening to learn more about this initiative, programs, services, and other relevant details in support of our homeless population. Our recommendations tonight is 1, designate a portion of PID 55116867 on Egbert Street and a portion of PID 004111710 on Thorn Avenue as 2 green zone pilot sites, generally according to the site plan attached to Report 2025-138. And further, direct the CAO to implement a communication strategy to inform the public about these green zones and the part that they will play in addressing homelessness. And further, direct the CAO to prepare and return to Common Council with a framework to enable red zones, specific location and city limits where encampments will not be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Don't see any. Council, okay, we've got a few questions or comments. Councillor Redwan, over to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, through you to Kara. I'm just wondering if, Kara, you can speak a bit to support systems that'll be put in place for our residents that are going to be staying there, and supports that we have in place, whether it be with outreach team or police, in case anybody needs to contact them.
Certainly. Through your worship to the counselor. Different supports are coordinated with our community agencies. The outreach team and shelters, for example, if they're at the shelter, in this case, the outreach team and Neighborly Homes will be working together to ensure that the supports that their clients living at the green zones will have. Different supports within the community target depending on what the needs are of each individual. As far as community safety and information, as mentioned, the green zones will be operated and have staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For safety, the courtyard is closed for the safety of the residents living there. And the quick response team with the police, St. John Police Force, will do regular patrols of the area on the east side as well to support the community. Not the green zone sites, but the area surrounding.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And the only other thing I wanted to ask you is when you would be speaking with business owners.
Certainly. We delivered some letters today informing business owners that we would be coming to council this evening. And there will be a meeting next Wednesday afternoon with the immediate neighbors to discuss and to share the plan and answer any questions.
Just a quick comment, Mayor. I just wanted to express that I have complete faith in CAO McGovern to oversee this and 12 neighbors. And it's great to see this coming to fruition because we really, really need some transitional housing in the city. Thanks for all your work, Kara.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to you, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the presentation and recommendations. So happy our partners are here. And, you know, different municipalities are approaching the homelessness situation in different ways. And, you know, to my knowledge, we're the first, at least around here, to take on the green zone, red zone sort of systems. And particularly with recommendation number 3, you know, it's important that we get the green zone established, organized and running, and then we can start talking about red zones. As I understand it, with regards to what we can control, it's really the land we own. So city property that we own, we can put policies in place with regards to what we allow to happen on city-owned land. Private property, I think it's important, and I know we've discussed a little bit about part of this process being supports and education for private property owners on what they can do, because private property owners own and control their own land. Mm-hmm. In the city of St. John, what we're seeing is many of the folks who are living rough and living in tents are on property that's not privately owned, not municipally owned, but provincially owned. So I'm hoping, asking, I don't want to assume that now that we are public with this and moving forward, that we'll be having conversations with the province about red zone properties that may be provincially owned? That's my question.
Through your worship to the counselor, as part of developing of the framework, we will be having discussions with our community partners, including the province, on how we can approach red zone areas and what needs to be identified in that respect. And also be working with the education component so that the community is aware of how they can report an encampment and so forth. There is some information currently on Shape Your City as how to contact us with any information, but there'll be more community engagement as we create the framework for the red zones.
Fantastic. I'm so excited we're into this and looking forward to it as we continue to roll it out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy, over to you.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to take a moment to thank Social Development Team Claire LeBlanc here tonight, and Kent Stahl and Alex St. Ange. Thank you guys very much. You worked really hard on this file, I know. And our own team, Kara and David, you know, a lot of hours, a lot of time put into it, as well as our community partners, Fresh Starts here tonight. Thank you guys very much for what you do. And myself from 12 Neighbors, thank you as well. I guess what I want to say is basically St. John is standing out, not just in the province of New Brunswick, but in Canada as a whole. We're a community that is following federal legislation, taking the human approach, to human beings, trying to get them in a better situation. We've been rewarded nationally for that with a $3.5 million grant, and provincially we're recognized for it. And so when people look at St. John, they say, oh, what a terrible community. What's going on in St. John? Look around you. What's going on in St. John is a heck of a lot better than other areas because of the path that we've chosen to take. It's not easy. There's no silver bullet. But when you get teams like this working together, you get good results. So I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Lowe, over to you.
I'll be voting against this for the reason that there's things I disagree and the people I represent disagree with in it, and then there's other good things in it. The fresh start part's good. The way Somerset runs is good, but there's certain things that I totally disagree with, so therefore I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor. Don't see any other lights on. Oh, Councillor Harris, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. More of a statement and comment. I say we have provincial partners here, so my mind goes to the next phase of this because this is an immediate backstop. It's taken us 3 years to get here. I was looking through the former motions that have sort of inspired and pushed this along, and it really does go back even before what's listed here to 2022, when then Councillor Hickey made a motion about getting ahead of the curve that we're seeing over and over again around winter. And so this is an important step for the city. It sets us apart. It demonstrates the type of culture that we want to build around housing, and that's good, but it's still not going to solve the problems that we're seeing around this higher trend for unemployment and homelessness and rent evictions and you name it, the plethora of issues that have led to this. We as a city have a couple of advocacy pieces around affordable housing. This is sort of our keystone, if you will, for a lot of it. But I know we have been petitioning the province for a vacant house tax, and this might be a question for the CAO, less for you, Kara. I really appreciate your work on this and your attention to the details here with the rest of the group. We have the strategic advocacy around a vacant house tax to try to draw attention to the fact that we do have hundreds of buildings sitting empty. CEO, can you comment about how we go from here, how we build on this to try to optimize the opportunities that we have around housing, around those vacancies, to make those pitches to the province, to use this as that starting point, but people are not going to live here permanently. And I know this has been a huge undertaking for your office. I know it's been completely new to the city as far as municipal dealings. We often don't venture into the housing file. So maybe you could kind of help me understand where we go from here. We get this done. We got great partnerships here that are going to make this a good thing for the city, and I believe that, but it won't solve the problem. So where do you see us going next?
It's a good question through your worship to Councillor. This is moving the needle for sure beyond what we currently have in terms of Somerset Acres. I think, since it's been set up in December, it's been working well thanks to all the partners and the collaborative effort that's taking place. Getting these two green zones set up as a next step forward, an important one. Beyond that, we need to look at the spectrum of needs of our community and ensure that we're meeting them at the place that they are at. So transitional housing isn't necessarily the best option for everybody. And so when you look at the more complex needs, that's where we need to continue our collaborative work with the province that we've been working so closely together with for the past couple of years to get, the project like Somerset Acres and these moving to fruition. And so I think after we get these set up and operational, not even after, in parallel, we need to continue to push for advancement of maybe what the next step is where there's higher acuity needs.
Councillor Ogden, over to you.
Just from what the deputy just said, this really does make St. John stand out. We should all be proud of that. And to what Councillor Harris is saying about we're not there yet. And I think the public should know that there's a couple reasons for all this. Besides the recent homelessness, we have had generations of poverty that have never been dealt with in St. John We know we all get upset when they've taken our industrial tax, which was last year 7 million, times 66 years, which is, if you add inflation and everything, could be billions of dollars. It was taken from a little wee city, made us very poor. And we don't have the provincial and federal bureaucratic jobs that Fredericton and Moncton have. So we do have lower wages than Fredericton and Moncton, and that's a big part of that. We lost a lot from the province, we lost a lot from the feds, and those are things that we have to work on because those are political decisions. And so where we're at right now is, as the CAO just said, we have to find out where we're at. Our people can't afford the rents that they can't afford in Moncton, Fredericton. People are talking about we're building all these buildings, but when I talk to the average Joe on the street, they're $1,800 to $2,200. That's not affordable housing. As a kid, I lived in Rockwood Court. It was built in 43 for the same sort of problems, 1943, but it was affordable housing. And that's what we need. And the other thing that the city has recently done is we've made buildings smaller. And I think that's where the 12 neighbors is good. Like from 46 to 66, we built 50,000 wartime houses, which are based on the Cape Cod, but they had upstairs and downstairs. We are now telling people you can build slabs with no upstairs. So we've got all these cookie cutter pieces of land because we're an older city, and I hope that the developers and real estate people grab that. But to the average public, I think people should know that we are really working on this, but our wages are lower, and that makes us a different city than Fredericton and Moncton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll wrap this up for us. I think we all recognize, as Councillor Lowe said, that there are good things and things that we don't have worked out. And as Councillor Ogden said, we need to be looking at more options. As the city manager says, CAO says, there's 5 streams. If we had all of the answers, it would be great. And if we had all of the money to support all that, because we need health care, we need mental health, we need a lot of things. But I think what for us is we need to understand that the Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms allows people to tent, and you will see people without homes tenting. But what we're hoping to do here is we're hoping to offer these units of 14 put together to create these courtyards of 28 tiny spaces for people that have washrooms. They'll have community washrooms and kitchens and 24/7 staff, 2 of those. And we're hoping that that will entice people who are in tents to say, this is a better option for me. It's not the whole scope of options, which we'd like to have, but it's a better option for me. And as we get this rolling, we'll be into towards the summer. The next thing you know, the fall will be on us. And we always struggle with, how do we get people out of the cold? Because we don't want people freezing to death outside. So it takes courage for a council to do these sorts of things, but that's what leadership is all about. We have to go forward. We're going to give this a try. We'll work out the situations as we get there. And I guess to a certain extent, you fly the plane as you build it because you're a humanitarian. So I think it's the right thing to do. So I appreciate all of the work that, Councillor Ogden, you have your light back on? Okay, well, wrap it up for me then, Councillor.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I thought I was wrapping it up, but you go ahead.
Just, people should know that under the Constitution, there's no mention of municipalities. It's provincial and federal governments. So when the mayor referred to Section 7, that can be attacked by the province of New Brunswick. And most of the places that we have in the city, when you drive along the thruway, are provincial lands. So we don't have control of that. We're stepping out here. And it's up to the provinces that can, they can go to the Constitution and challenge the Constitution. We can't do that. So if you're talking to somebody in the province, say, why don't we challenge these tenting as long as we can find a better place for those people to live? And that's what we have to do. Finland did this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor, and that's the objective of this as well. So thank you for the presentation, and I have the motion is on the floor, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Lowe, motion is carried. Thank you so much. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. The final item from Committee of the Whole is 17.6, and it's with respect to Housing for All Strategy Green Zones, and the recommendation reads as follows. That Council One, designate a portion of PID 55116867 on Egbert Street and a portion of PID 004111710 on Thorn Avenue as two green zone pilot sites generally according to the site plan attached to MNC 2025-138. And further, number two, direct the CAO to implement a communication strategy to inform the public about these green zones and the part they will play in addressing homelessness. And further, number three, direct CAO to prepare and return to council with a framework to enable red zones, specific locations in city limits where encampments will not be permitted.
So, okay, Deputy's moving it and Counselor Darling is seconding it, and I'll ask, don't see any lights, so on the question, all in favor? Opposed? Counselor Lowe, motion is carried. And
My apology, Your Worship, I had another item, 17.7, and this was the sale of city-owned property at 21 Troop Street to NB Housing, item 17.7. And the resolution on this would read as follows, that the city enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with the New Brunswick Housing Corporation, generally in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its meeting held May 20th, 2025, for the sale of property located at 21 Troop Street, PIDs 550, 55230, and 424283, and the reservation of an easement for municipal purposes, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the said agreement of purchase and sale and any other documents necessary to facilitate the transaction.
okay, I'll take a mover and a seconder on that. Counselor Radwan and the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. I'm going to take, that's it for the council kit other than the public hearing, which will start at 6:30. So I'll take a motion for a recess, I guess? Yep. Okay, all in favor? Perfect. So we'll reconvene at 6:30. Thank you. not being able to.
Oh, look, now it's letting, oh, wait.
You don't count because you can speak anytime. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, please. Yeah. Oh, there's Councillor Killen is there. Okay, we've got Councillor Killen coming in virtually tonight. And everyone else is here. So at this point in time, City Clerk, I'm just going to declare that we're reopening the public hearing?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Or are you going to announce that?
Well, I can announce the
Oh,
item
right.
just for the record. So
Okay, before you do that, let me read this. So this is the same as I read last week about the chambers. We want to recognize that we'll have a large turnout this evening. We need to be mindful of occupancy limits. The chamber is allowed 94 people. That means if everyone is in a seat, then 7 people can be standing. And only 7. The occupancy for the lobby is 246, so we're good out there. We currently have 31 seats in the lobby for visitors, and there's a room off the lobby where we're able to stream the meeting as well, and it holds another 10. So if you want to come up to speak, and you know there are people out in the lobby that would like to speak, it'd be great if you just rotate it out to there and let people come in who want to get in the queue to speak. I'll plan a recess for 10 minutes, probably whenever Councillor Lowe gives me the thumbs up over there. So, and for logistics, washrooms are in the hallway outside the chamber, and we've arranged for disposable cups in the common area for those who may need a drink of water this evening. And then, so I just want to take a minute to go over a couple of things regarding the public hearing. So thank you again for being here tonight. It's great to see a community a group of people that's so interested and engaged in their community. So as I mentioned at the start of the public hearing on May 12th, the city's procedural bylaw provides each member of the public 10 minutes to address council at the hearing. That means that person who's already addressed council during the first part of the public hearing on May 12th is not able to address again. We heard 29 people on May 12th, and so we have that list of people as well. So I'll be asking those who are speaking against the application to come forward first, because we're going to just continue that. And then once we finish that, we'll ask for people who wish to speak in favor. And I ask for, on both sides, that speakers be mindful of not repeating comments, if possible, that have already been made by others. And if a speaker's comments are the same as comments which have already been made, we ask that you come to the podium, state your name and address, and advise whether you support or object to the application for reasons that have been explained by previous speakers. And in accordance with our procedural bylaw, the meeting will conclude at 10 unless there's a motion to go beyond 10. And if that were to occur, we can only go to 11. So I'm going to pass it over to you then to open for the next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we are on item 9.1. It's now a little bit past 6:30, and this is our public hearing. This is a continuation of the public hearing for a proposed municipal plan and zoning bylaw amendment with Planning Advisory Committee report and staff presentation for Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion. And it's a continuance of the meeting of May 12th.
All right, so I'm going to ask, we'll start, like I said, we want to finish off for those who wish to speak against the application. So we'll ask anyone who would like to speak against the application to come on down, give us your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Katrina Galbraith, and I'm a resident of Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me for the chance to speak tonight. Based on my last name, I can hope you can make the connection of why I'm here. If not, it is because I still consider myself a member of this community, and I am a member of one of the generational families that comes from Lorneville. From my apartment in Halifax, I watched my friends and family speak at the May 12th council meeting until 11 p.m. I acknowledge that I am not a tax-paying member of the city, but I felt compelled by the comments made last week to be physically present tonight and to add my voice in opposition to the proposed Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion and the rezoning to heavy industrial. I strongly believe, as do many others, that this application should be rejected and that the residents of Lorneville are passionate and their concerns are valid on the what could be for this proposed site. My career is in wealth management. I have a fiduciary duty to protect my clients. While council members don't necessarily use this term, their duty aligns with the definition. It is the council's responsibility to act in the best interests of their residents, prioritize the public good, and ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability for decision-making. Given all the points other speakers have explained regarding the risks of generational trauma, the potential environmental impacts, and the serious concerns about community health, as you consider this proposal, I ask you to reflect on 4 ethical tests often used in decision-making. 1, the legal test. Does this action violate the law? 2, the smell test. Does something smell off? What is your gut telling you? 3, the front page test. Would you proudly see this decision on the front page of a national newspaper? 4, the mom test. What would your mom think of your choice? Would she be proud? I understand the desire to stimulate job growth, especially in a city facing high tariff risks. However, I urge council to consider the broader implications of rezoning 1,591 acres of land from rural, natural, employment and stable area designations to heavy industrial and employment area designations that border residential properties. While 75.4 hectares are being set aside for park and natural areas, the scale of industrial expansion raises serious concerns about the long-term livability and sustainability of Lorneville. Based on our community's research and a reference to letters you have received, the 150-meter buffer being proposed between residential and heavy industry discriminates against the community of Lorneville. According to the municipal plan, all other neighborhoods in the city have a 1.5-kilometer buffer between residential and heavy industry. Why must Lorneville be the exception to the rule? Many speakers have already spoken about the environmental risks and long-term health consequences. I want to offer something else, a vision. People are returning to St. John, not necessarily for jobs in heavy industry, but to be closer to family, to start fresh, and to build a life rooted in community. But they're struggling to find homes. I know this because it's my friends and it's my age group who are moving back, and the jobs that they have are not in heavy industry, and they're not finding the housing they want and need. Could this proposed expansion area instead be used to create new housing? Affordable move-in ready homes within city limits is limited. The presence of heavy industry near residential areas of St. John pushes families to settle in places like Grand Bay and KV, where the quality of life feels more secure. In doing so, their taxes are not allocated back to the city, even though those residents use the city's businesses, roads, and other amenities daily. Lornville is an ideal place for people to settle. This is a way to keep population growth within city boundaries. In recent years, a few homes have been built on the land that was available. People are choosing it for a reason. It's close to the city's amenities, but it's still quiet, natural, and community-focused. You have an opportunity to support development here, the kind that respects community values and builds St. John's future with intention. This is a chance to redefine the city, not as an industrial hub, but as a livable, vibrant place where people want to stay, raise families, and invest in their future. Has another site for industrial expansion been explored in detail? Is there a better location that doesn't come at the expense of residents' health, mental well-being, and connection to nature? To quote Mayor Reardon on February 26, 2025, we didn't talk about mental health, we didn't talk about neighborhoods, but we've evolved since those 25 years, and now those things are important to us as communities. Prove that you have actually evolved. This is what residents have been shouting back at you all along during this public hearing. St. John is rich in natural beauty and history. As brought up last week, areas like Lornville could be leveraged for adventure tourism. Tourists disembarking from cruise ships go to Almar and St. Martin's and beyond. What if they had a reason to stay? Kayaking, hiking, ATVing, these are not far-fetched ideas. Northern New Brunswick has built a winter tourism industry for snowmobiling. Why can't St. John do the same in the summer for ATVing? Lornville already has a trail system established to cover this. Part of that trail system is in the proposed expansion site. These items all offer a sustainable economic alternative that aligns with growing tourism trends. There's also a clear demand for camping in the area. People already stay at Black Beach, not necessarily because they have nowhere else to go, but because it's where they want to be, in nature, unplugged, away from the noise. Rockwood Park is great, but it doesn't serve the same purpose. This is a city revenue potential that doesn't destroy what makes this area special. I would like to quote a high school teacher of mine. In one of his lessons, forgive me if it's not word for word, it's been a couple years, Canada acts like a cow. It eats the resources in the West, Ottawa milks it, and the East Coast gets the short end of the stick. I hope this resonates with you. New Brunswick is often an overlooked part of this community, and that feeling that you as a city sometimes feel about how the country or province treats you is currently how Lornville feels, like it's getting the short end of the stick again. Use this beautiful area as a starting point to be the change we all want, need, and deserve. As someone who grew up in St. John and knows the stereotypes and the comments the rest of the Maritimes makes about this city, I also know the potential this place has. Let's not rush into industrial expansion that could shape the city's future for generations simply because it's a path of least resistance, and there could be a quick profit involved. Let's consider what this area could be before we make a decision we can't undo. Once the gem is gone, it's gone. You have a choice. You can vote to rezone this land to heavy industrial, or you can say, we listened, we considered other paths, we chose to protect what makes this community worth living in. So there is a decision to be made. Does the city rezone this area to heavy industrial? I would like to come back to the 4 ethical tests one more time. The legal test. Does this violate the law? The smell test. Does something smell off about this? What is your gut telling you? The front page test. Do you want your decision to be on the front page of a national newspaper showing all the good, all the bad, and all the ugly? The mom test. What would your mom think? Would she be proud of your decision or disappointed? I thank you for your time and attention. I now have to leave because I have a 4-hour drive to Halifax. I will be listening in on my drive home to the rest of the speeches. This issue was too important for me to write another letter. I wanted my physical presence to be felt, for you to hear the opinion of someone who has left the city, who looks at this place and sees the potential in natural beauty, sees the potential in residents changing their mindset to say that they are proud to come from this city. Please vote against the expansion plan for the Spruce Lake Industrial Park tonight. Vote against heavy industrial zoning. The Greater St. John area will be forever thankful.
Thank you for being here this evening, and I will just quickly say that I think you've got another couple of hours of daylight, so hopefully you get back. At least you'll get as far as the border.
Okay, thank you for
Safe
giving
travels.
me the time.
Thanks for coming. I'll take the next speaker, please. Is there another speaker? Okay, there is. Come on down.
Debbie McGuire, 3160 Louisville Road. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I live at 3160 Louisville Road. I would like to say shortly and simply that I am opposed to any rezoning of land to heavy industry. The land east of the King William Road was designated as a buffer for the community, and it should stay as such. We fear for our wells. Wells can be monitored on a daily basis if you want, but that doesn't mean anything when they go bad. We fear for our health, our emotional well-being. We fear for flooding. Just in the past 3 years alone, and after a small area, 1 acre piece of land right next door to us was cleared for construction for a new home, our yard has had nothing but problems. We have lost a minimum of 20 trees in the small area between the two houses and behind us. We have had nothing but water in our yard. This is just due to a 1 acre piece of land being cleared. This past Easter day alone, my son and son-in-law watched 4 trees fall behind our house. How long do you think the 150-meter buffer of trees will last when trees are falling with every little bit of wind? I've lived in Louisville for 40 years, although my husband has lived there all his life. We have three grown children and 3 grandchildren. I've never saved a lot of memorabilia, as we only have a bungalow-sized house, and I don't have room for that stuff. But I did save 1 quick poem that my daughter wrote when she was in middle school. The perfect place. I know of a beautiful place. It's where I'd like to be. It has a lot of history as far as the eye can see. Years ago, the people fished. It was a way of life. A tough day's work out on the bay with not much rest at night. The winters, they were long and hard. The summers short but bright. And always in the early spring, there was lots of fog in sight. Now in modern day era, many places have changed. This place has only grown to be more quaint and serene. I still see many fishing boats, forest and fields of green. And as I walk through the walking trails, a peace comes over me. Each day as I venture in the busy street, I look around, enjoy myself, because soon I know I'll be back home in Louisville by the bay. Louisville is the perfect place, and that's where I want to stay. I urge you to please consider our wells, our health, and our well-being, and what you are destroying as you are making your decisions here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the next speaker, please. Come on down. I'll get you to give us your name and your address.
Jolene McGuire, 158 Accomack Beach Road, daughter of Debbie, who you just heard from, and proud author of the poem that she shared with you all tonight.
Very nice.
Good evening, Mayor Reardon, councilors, fellow citizens, family, and friends. I am here to express my opposition for the proposed municipal plan amendment and zoning change required for the expansion of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park. I speak with urgency because what's at stake here is not just a change on paper. It's not just another development deal. What's at stake is the integrity of our city's vision, the health of our ecosystems, the trust of the people who live here, the very future we leave behind for our children. Not all growth is good growth. Economic development cannot and must not come at the expense of our health, our ecosystems, or the democratic process that gives citizens a voice in shaping their communities. In this council's own words, we value smart growth, We value the environment. We value livable neighborhoods. These are the pillars of St. John's Council priorities and Plan SJ. But this plan, the rezoning of over 500 hectares of rural and natural land for heavy industrial use, undermines every single one of these values. It's not smart growth to push into green space when there is existing underused industrial land. It's not environmental leadership to bulldoze near wetlands, water courses, and residential homes. It's not livability when people fear for their health, their peace, and their property. St. John's Council priorities say we're committed to transparency, inclusion, and accountability, but this proposal has unfolded like a behind-the-scenes deal, not a democratic process. If our city values public trust, then this is the moment to prove it. Hit pause, listen to the people, respect the growing number of residents who clearly and passionately say, this is not what we want. Here are my concerns. I am concerned about the environmental impact. It's irreversible. We can't offset a destroyed ecosystem. Once it's gone, it's gone. I am concerned that residential drinking water wells are located within 600 meters of the proposed industrial zone. The risk of contamination and reduced water quality is significant. I am concerned about how the expansion will increase heavy truck traffic on the King William Road. The city zone review acknowledges the need for a secondary access point to Highway 1, potentially via the Birch-Hill Road, but admits this would require substantial investment and is currently not part of the proposal. I am concerned about the 150-meter buffer or park and natural area designation. My concern is that when a significant portion of the forest is clear-cut, the trees are left standing, often suffer and die as well, even if they weren't directly removed. These remaining trees are suddenly exposed to harsh winds, sunlight, and changes in soil moisture they were never meant to endure. Without the shelter of the surrounding canopy, their roots can become unstable, leading to blowdowns. The microclimate they rely on, cooler, shaded, moist, disappears, making them more vulnerable to disease, insect infestation, and drought stress. In many cases, clear-cutting creates a domino effect where the remaining trees are weakened and die off in the years that follow. What may appear as a buffer or an untouched strip is often a temporary illusion of preservation because forests are interconnected systems, not just a collection of individual trees. I am concerned about the emotional cost. Rezoning this land for industrial use doesn't just threaten wetlands and water, it threatens people's biggest investment and their sense of security. For most families, their home is their greatest asset, the product of years of work, sacrifice, and hope. It's not just where they live, it's where they built their lives. And yet this rezoning puts all of that at risk. Who wants to buy a home next to an industrial zone with the constant noise of transport trucks, the smell of emissions, the looming uncertainty of what might be built next door? Property values will go down, not because of speculation, but because common sense tells us this, and that homes near industry are harder to sell and they're worth less. And that loss just doesn't show up on the real estate listing. It hits retirement savings, college funds, and the stability that homeowners have worked their whole lives to build. We owe it to them to protect what they built, not put it on the line for an uncertain promise of development. This proposal just isn't impacting the land, it's impacting lives. The toll it's taken on residents' health and well-being is real, and it's heartbreaking. People are exhausted. They spent countless hours poring over dense reports, attending late-night meetings, researching zoning laws and environmental science, trying to become experts overnight just to protect their homes and families. This is the time they should have spent around the dinner table, helping with homework, making memories. I know residents who have spent the majority of their maternity leaves fighting this, a time that should have been sacred, filled with quiet mornings and baby snuggles and those first smiles. Instead, they were buried in planning documents and advocacy strategies, robbed of those precious memories with their newborns, memories they will never, ever get back. The stress this process has caused, the constant anxiety, the sleepless nights. My mom just told me before she came up here that she got 1 hour of sleep last night because she was preparing for her, 2-3 minute speech. The emotional exhaustion, it has real consequences. We know that chronic stress contributes to serious health problems from heart disease to depression. This council's decision to push forward with this proposal, despite repeated pleas for pause and compassion, has imposed an emotional and physical burden on families that they did not choose and they do not deserve. You've taken something from them that no mitigation plan can ever replace. For the people who call Lorneville home, it's not a development. It's a complete upheaval of their lives they've worked so hard to build. The everyday routine that brings that comfort and joy, walking in their backyards, riding their ATVs through the woods, stepping outside to hunt, or simply sitting in the quiet and listening to the wind through the trees, they will be lost. The land they choose, the lifestyle they embrace, the connection they feel to the nature and the outdoors, it will all change. People didn't move to Lorneville to stay inside and stare at screens. They moved here because they value space, peace, and freedom. Because they love hearing the birds sing instead of backup alarms. They breathe deeper here, they feel safe here. And now that sense of peace is being stripped away. What was once home, a refuge, will feel like an industrial zone. Their way of life is not just being altered, it's being erased. And that kind of loss doesn't just hurt, it lingers. Let's be real, the community is being asked to sacrifice far too much. They're being asked to accept industrial activity within 250 meters of their homes, even as setback distances for volatile uses only just now increased from 150 meters to 500 meters, and only after the residents pushed back. They're being told groundwater will be monitored, but only if an industrial use is developed nearby. That's not proactive protection, that's reactive policy. Plan SJ calls for compact, sustainable development, and yet we're being asked to sprawl westward deeper into undeveloped space. The proposal expands the primary development area by 406 hectares and redesignates 298 hectares to heavy industrial. That's not infill, that's invasion. Yes, the plan sets some conditions, 150-meter buffer, a park zone overlay, risk assessments for volatile uses, but these are not safeguards, they are concessions, added only after residents demanded them, and they are not nearly enough. Let me be clear that nobody here is against growth. We want jobs, we want prosperity, we want a thriving, resilient St. John, but not like this. Not at the expense of the environment, public health, and community trust. Not when our own priorities, policies, and values say there is a better way. Let's develop, but let's develop responsibly. Let's grow, but let's grow smarter. I am urging you, council, reject this zoning change, save Lorneville. Do not trade our values for vague promises of economic benefit. Be the leaders the city needs, leaders with vision, courage, and heart. Let's build a St. John we can be proud of, not just today, but 50 years from now. And let's remember, not all development is progress. Sometimes saying no is the most courageous and responsible thing a city can do. Thank you.
Councilor Redwan, we're out of time. You have a quick question? You got 1 minute, and that would have to include an answer.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, you had mentioned that 150 meters is not enough. My question is, what is?
I think that
Can you come back down just because we've got Councilor Killen online there and so the public can hear as well?
I think that that whole area behind all the houses up until the King William Road, the 1,500 meters, 1.5 kilometers, like everybody else in the city gets, I think would be reasonable, not in our backyards.
Thank you.
1,500, sorry.
I know,
Okay.
just want to make mention that there's houses at the end of Champlain Drive that are 800 meters from the refinery.
And we'll save that for the comments later, Councilor. Next person, please. I'll get you to give us your name and your address. Pull that mic down so we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Brenda Guittard. I live at 111 Belmont Street in East St. John. I'm here to speak in support of the Lorneville community and oppose the rezoning and the amendments for all the reasons that have been mentioned above last week and including tonight. But I'd also like to speak from a totally different perspective. I'm a 19-time Boston Marathon finisher. So
I knew I recognized you.
for those that aren't really familiar with the Boston Marathon, it takes place in April every year. So my volume of training takes place between December and April. some of our darkest days with the fewest daylight hours, some of the coldest days, some of our most challenging weather, and some of our most challenging road conditions for running on, and sidewalks. So therefore, because I live in East St. John, I often plan my runs for Lorneville. So I pack my stuff in the morning, bring it to work with me, and after work, I drive right by East St. John, head down to Lorneville, usually park at the store, and I know that I have a safe place to run. I know that there's very little traffic. It's quiet. I can focus on my workout without having to have my head on a swivel and look at traffic. And I choose that rather than my alternate at my place would be Rossay Avenue. And at that time of the day, lots of traffic, lots of emissions. There's also, as I come up Russell Street, there's often a really oily smell in the air. So lots more fresh air down in Lorneville as well. As I said, it's calmer and peaceful there, and it feels like I'm out in nature, and I think I mentioned I also feel safer there. So, and as I said, when I do run where I live, I'm dealing with high volumes of traffic, noise, sometimes leaping over the snowbanks that businesses have put along the sidewalk. And finally, I often have the smell of oil in the air, which makes me question the quality of life in East St. John versus the quality of life in some place like Lorneville. So I also like to cycle. Again, I will not cycle in East St. John where I live. There is a shared bike road where I live, but the debris in it, cracks, potholes, plus transport trucks, double tankers, cars going 20 to 30 kilometers over the speed limit. And east side versus other places of the city, there seems to be a higher percentage of drivers who feel that cyclists should not be on the road. And I don't really want, like, my personal opinion is I don't really like negotiating the Bayside Drive 1 mile exchange area on my bike with all that traffic. So therefore, when I do bike in the spring and the summer, I pack my bike in my car, I drive over to the west side, and my route is usually Manawaganish Road out to Lorneville, and I may do that once, I may do that a couple of times in a day. But again, I look at Lorneville because I know that I can go as fast as I want there. There's very little traffic. I feel very safe. I can hear the birds, just the smell of the fresh air. And I feel very lucky that I have Lorneville that I can go and do those things in. The road is also in much better condition out there than where I live. So again, this all comes down to me, it comes down to quality of life. So I end up leaving the area where I live so I can go somewhere else that has all these great elements of the outdoors that I can enjoy. I also know lots of other athletes that use Lorneville as their training grounds. Ironman triathletes, half marathons, marathoners. Most of the time when I'm training, I can see there's always other people that are running down to Lorneville, or they're coming out of Lorneville for some of their long runs. When I cycle in the summertime, it's very rare I'm ever the only person cycling there. So there are people that use this because they feel safe down there. They want to be outside. They want to be enjoying nature. We also have a nice long stretch of road to train on. Now, there's two other items I'd like to bring up. One of them was mentioned last week about one of the presenters, which kind of hit home with me a little bit. Someone mentioned Moncton and said that Moncton was now building their 4th industrial park. So this is an exact quote, but it's kind of like, we need to get a move on. So it made me wonder, are we in competition with Moncton for industrial land? Okay. And if so, why are we in competition with them? Shouldn't we kind of be collaborating together? We are, like, I know this is different, but I know we're collaborating with the Summer Games coming up in 4 years. So shouldn't we be collaborating rather than competing? The other thing about that is I don't think you can really compare the types of industries in Moncton and St. John. They don't have a refinery. They don't have an LNG terminal. They don't have a pulp and paper mill. The generating stations, Their industries are different than ours. So ours tend to be a little bit more heavy polluters. So, and I'm only bringing that up because it was brought up in one of the presentations. It was also brought up that many areas of St. John are built on wetlands, that we wouldn't have the South Central Peninsula if that wasn't filled in. Just because it was done in the past doesn't mean we have to keep doing it. So as we grow and learn, we acquire knowledge, and we've learned a lot more about climate change. Climate change was not a word that was used when I was a kid. And we know more about the importance of wetlands, which we may not have known back then. So with more knowledge comes more power. With more power comes more responsibility. We're allowed to change our minds and make decisions based on new and current information, and not just keep doing the same thing over and over again because that's the way it's always been done in the past. Okay, the last point I want to make is about the word trust. Trust is defined in the dictionary as a firm belief in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength of someone or something. Trust is something that has to be earned. Throughout this whole process, the community of Laurinville has been asked to trust the council. They've been asked to trust the process. So they've also been asked that through many other councils. Trust us. Okay. When you have gone through what Laurinville has gone through in almost the last 60 years, they've had things promised to them that have never been delivered. They've been literally and figuratively dumped on for generations. Trust doesn't come easy. So the council can continue doing the same thing as previous councils, continuing the cycle for another generation, voting yes, despite the wishes of the community of Laurinville, despite the many questions that have not been yet answered, despite the concerns that have not been addressed, and then therefore they're going to create even less trust in government for the people of Laurinville. Or we can try to build that trust by saying no, restart the process over again, create meaningful dialogue, which means actively listening to the people that voted everybody in. Okay. Businesses are always going to come and go. So, are you here for the people that you represent, or are you here for the unknown, faceless businesses? And I'd finally like to finish with this quote. I don't understand why when we destroy something caused by man, we call it vandalism. But when we destroy something caused by nature, we call it progress. Thank you.
Any more speakers left? Come on down. I'll get you to give us your name and your address, please.
Sure. My name is Grant Galbraith. I live at 1414 Laurinville Road. I want to begin by thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I hope the contents of my message are considered carefully, comprehensively, and compassionately. My descendants arrived in what is now commonly referred to as Laurinville over a century and a half ago. It was there where they raised their families off the natural resources and landscape this unique coastal area provided. Fishing, farming, trapping, gardening, and hunting has been enjoyed in Laurinville for many, many years. I was formally introduced to the beauty of this place upon my birth in 1985. I have since happily lived in the community for many years, where I continue to reside to this day. It is here in Laurinville where, just like my descendants, I continue to fish, hunt, and garden to help support my growing family. Such hobbies may be considered outdated by some and unnecessary by others, but it is a lifestyle for some people to help reduce a financial stress caused by the ever-increasing food prices. And it is here in Laurinville that I hope to raise my 2 children and even possibly grandchildren someday. It is our family's dream to work hard and long enough to allow our children the same opportunity to choose whether they want to continue such traditional values and relationships with our local landscape and ecosystem here in Laurinville. It is both a rare and fortunate opportunity to be offered the ability to trap, fish, and hunt within city limits. Self-sustainability and a respectful relationship with our local ecosystem is a concept we as a society should be moving closer to and not further away from. But the quality of life in Lornville has recently been threatened by the City of St. John's proposal of expansion and redesignation of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park. The concept or even simple notion of heavy industrial development encroaching ever further into our beloved community is very upsetting to many residents of St. John for several obvious and valid reasons. I personally have major concerns and reservations pertaining to the irreversible damage done to the local environment, wetlands, ecosystems, and natural habitats of our coastal community. Lornville is home to many different species of plants, flowers, wildlife, marine life, and particularly migratory birds. Over the years, our community has become a very popular destination for bird watchers, cyclists, runners, and hikers. The natural, beautiful landscapes, quietness, and seclusion of our community offers a quick escape from the disruptive traffic, noise, light, and air pollution that can be commonly located closer to the core of the city of St. John. Lornville has quickly become a desired retreat from the stresses often associated with urban living. It is now a popular natural destination for people not only on the west side of St. John, but the entire city in general. In other words, Lornville's natural beauty attracts and is thoroughly enjoyed by many residents of St. John and beyond, and not only by its residing community members. This premise is clearly indicated by the amount of diversive opposition to the proposal of the industrial expansion towards the residential community of Lornville. The numbers simply do not lie. Last Monday, these chambers were filled with concerned citizens who were in opposition to the proposal expansion. Out of roughly 24 people who took the podium, only 14 or 58% were actually from Lornville. Furthermore, 3 people, or roughly 12%, were from other parts of the city besides the west side. And even more surprisingly, 5 people, or roughly 20%, were not even from the city of St. John at all. Lornville's population is commonly regarded as around 800 people, whereas the city of St. John populates around 78,000 citizens, which would suggest Lornville only comprises about 1% of the city's population. But yet the petition against the proposed industrial park expansion sits around 4,500 signatures. This also suggests that even if every resident of Lornville signed such said petition, it would only constitute roughly 18% of the total signatures. These numbers clearly and definitively illustrate that the proposed industrial park expansion is not only and limited to the concerns of Lornville residents, but it's rather a much broader issue. Now, some councilors may still believe, or may have you try to believe, that heavy industrial development encroaching upon a neighborhood or community is a localized problem, an issue for the residents of Lornville to contend with, an unfair and forced compromise within a certain geographical community located within a particular ward or district. But some of you have failed to understand the second definition of Oxford's dictionary provides for the word community, which is as follows. Oxford states, community is also defined as, quote, a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. What we are now collectively witnessing, hearing, reading is a broad representation of opposition to the proposal expansion of the industrial park in proximity to an already existing community. This opposition is not only limited to the residents of Lornville, but is being broadcasted across our entire city limits and beyond. The mere idea of heavy industrial expansion extending into an already existing neighborhood at the cost of destroying a provincial significant wetland should be a major concern for every community. Your decisions tonight help set a precedent for our children's future and help shape the direction of finding reasonable balance and boundaries between residential and industrial interests. We are now living in modern times where conservation and preservation are becoming ever important concepts to preach and practice. These ideals are now becoming widely understood as some of the building blocks and foundations used for creating and maintaining a healthy and happy, sustainable living. But it is also very important that when such ideas are presented, promoted, and endorsed, that our elected officials are not speaking out of both corners of their mouth in an attempt to appease big business and their employed representatives. As citizens of the city who voted for these elected members of council, we expect some predictability in politics in the form of always having your electorate's best interests on their mind and in their hearts. A recent but clear illustration of the difficulty to adhering to practicing what you preach can be noted in March 2025 when the Natural Infrastructure Fund granted Common Council $770,000 to plant 1,100 trees. By my math, that is roughly $700 per tree. And I'm certain that cost was paid and the program approved because of the optics it portrayed. Here we have trees being planted in the center and core of the St. John for $700 a piece, but yet the same Common Council, just a few months later, are considering leveling and destroying roughly 1,400 acres. In Eastern Canada, it is generally understood that there are roughly 100 trees per acre. Using this reasoning, it is safe to say that the City of St. John is considering permitting the destruction of possibly 140,000 trees or more. Using the same value that the city placed on the tree transplanting back in March at $700 per tree, that is potentially nearly $100 million the city would have to spend to replace those trees elsewhere within their city limits. Now, I am sure if most, if not all of you are familiar with the article New York Times recently published about the City of St. John in April of this year. But for those of you not familiar with the article, the author provided a very scathing review of our city's traditional approach to traditional interest alongside residential concerns. Specifically, the article examined the common dangers of these two opposing interests, operating and existing so close to one another, but also highlighted the consequences that political mismanagement and short-sightedness can ultimately yield. One statistic I personally found quite alarming was founded by the Conservation Council of New Brunswick in 2009. That particular study stated that lung cancer rates for women in St. John were 82% higher than the national average and 98% higher for men than the national average. Such disheartening projections may cause some of us to pause and ask why and how did this happen? How does living in and calling St. John my home make you so much more susceptible to lung cancer? And I truly believe the answer to this reasonable question is best answered by our former mayor, Don Darling. He is quoted in the same New York Times article as saying, I quote, "There is a culture in St. John of keeping your head down and your mouth shut." Well, the residents of Lorneville, St. John, and beyond are no longer willing to keep our mouths shut and our heads down. We strongly urge you, as our elected officials, to keep a fair and reasonable balance and separation between the quality of life we all work so hard for and deserve, and the corporate interests which are all too commonly controlled and dictated by environmental irresponsibility in the name of temporary prosperity.
Thank you. Next, any more speakers?
Hello, my name is Sandra Eldridge, and I live at 1219 Lorneville Road. I am opposed to heavy industrial being put in my backyard, and I agree with everybody that has spoken in opposition, especially the PhDs, the master degrees, all subject matter experts in this field. I bought my house in the Lorneville Road in 1987, and shortly after, it was determined we need a new well. So we dug the new well, and the water we got from the well was turning our clothes black, and my dishes black, and the inside of my dishwasher turned black. And I mean really black, like somebody spray painted with black paint inside my dishwasher. So we had it tested through the government of New Brunswick, and we got the report back in the mail, and the first page was the results, and it showed high levels of manganese, and there was an information sheet stapled to the results, and that told me that high levels of manganese is a precursor to leachate from the dump. I don't know who I called at that time, like it was 89 or 1990, but I got through to the right department at the city, and they said, no, manganese is not a precursor to leachate, get a water softener. So that's what we did. Also, I know you've heard it all before, but the closing of the dump and the misery of going through those protests and As you previously heard, after the traumatic experience of the expropriation, and like Jill LeBlanc said when she spoke, it was like poking an open wound, having to fight to close that dump. It was to go there for 2 years. We had it for 20, another broken promise. The cleanup of the dump was supposed to be state-of-the-art. I walk up there and there's pieces of plastic like that are half stuck in the ground and half of it's whipping around in the wind. There's plastic flying everywhere. And the ponds, when you're walking along, like there's ponds and there's ditches full of water. And it's the creepiest color green. I don't even know how to describe it. It's slimy. It looks like it looks chemically, like a green slime that is definitely not healthy. And so, yeah, I worry about that. Is my well already compromised? You know, now I'm going to have to worry about 2 sources of compromising my well if heavy equipment goes in there. Driving in the, so that was another broken promise, not just that the dump would be there for 2 years, but that it would be properly shut down. Also, I'd like to talk about my experiences of driving through the industrial park, like from the Lorneville Road up to the highway. I just am so careful of watching for the trucks, dump trucks, transport trucks, dump trailers. Rocks get caught in their tires and fly up and hit your car. My previous car, that happened to me, and I had to replace the windshield. Unlike Melissa Keating, I did not have Brian Irving to help me recover the costs of that. So I just bought my new retirement forever car, brand new, 0 kilometers on it. I had that for a month. Drove through the industrial park, got whacked by a rock coming off a truck, had to get that windshield fixed. So I'm out of pocket for 2 windshields, and I'm nervous driving through the industrial park. I've been tailgated. I've seen truckers on their phone. The speed limit is 60 kilometers, but I know a lot of them are going over that. And just this morning, I left Lorneville at 7:30 this morning, and I was following a dump trailer. And I know to stay way, way back because I've been hit by those rocks before. And I think probably everybody in Lorneville is very alert driving that strip of land or road. And like you just have to be very alert and careful. And I oppose the heavy industry because I don't want increased rocks flying at my car. I don't want to have to be nervous of all the increased truck traffic that's going to be there. And we really don't know what's going there, so it's open to anything. So I worry about that. And on April 4th at 10 after 12 in the afternoon, there was a large explosion I heard, a big boom, like somebody setting off dynamite. It rocked my house. I felt my house shake. I ran upstairs and looked out the window. Huge, big plume of dust, which, you know, that can't be good to inhale. But that's all legal. They're allowed to do it. And we live with that now. We don't want to increase that to heavy industry and have more. I heard the word kaboom somewhere when I was watching the replay of council. We don't want more kabooms. We've got enough now. And that's why I oppose going heavy industrial. I don't want more of that in my backyard. The concessions that there's been talked about, if this goes through, we've been promised sidewalks. Well, for the last 38 years, every time there's a municipal election, I get a knock on my door from a candidate, and they're going to get us sidewalks. Well, 38 years later, and we still don't have them. So I find it hard to believe that we will actually get that. My daughter's 37 now, and I was hoping the sidewalks would be there for her to walk to the playground. When you go to the playground, you've got about that much sidewalk in some areas. It's very dangerous, and it's also on a bad corner. There's nowhere to go when the cars come. You run off into your neighbor's lawn. So, you know, I don't know if I can say broken promise on the sidewalk because it was candidates that always told me this would be coming. In May of 2023, the forest fires in St. Andrews, my dad lives in Boquebec, and he was ordered to evacuate from his house because the forest fires were coming. And I worry about the forest fires coming in Lornville because, sorry, I lost my train of thought, that if this goes through and you knock down all those trees and take our wetlands, that's helping to save us from forest fires. And I mean, the forest fires are going crazy in the world now. And so I worry about that. And Galbraith's asphalt plant, that is one of our neighbors in Lornville in the industrial park. And arson was committed at their asphalt plant. Luckily, they got the fire out before it, you know, blew up the whole place. So more heavy industrial is going to be more potential for those kinds of things to happen. And that's why I oppose this amendment. If there was a fire, or, you know, they truck the windmills down to Lornville when they were building them. Well, even when they were trucking those big windmills down, you know, if something had gone wrong there and they blocked the road between the Lornville Road and the highway, we couldn't get out and an ambulance couldn't get in. And that's another broken promise. We were promised a alternate route so we could get out of Lornville in case of an emergency. Broken promise. We never got that. I think that's all I have to say, and thank you for listening to me. And last week I heard Mayor Reardon say, we want to hear why you oppose it, and that made me think, well, I'm going to tell you why I oppose it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for being here, Sandra. Next speaker, please. All right. I'll take your name and your address, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Tara Morrison, and I live at 4 Hitachi Crescent on the west side, which is about a 5-minute drive to beautiful Lornville. So I'm down that way often. And I was here for the part one of this. I sat and listened to many of the residents stand up here and share evidence-based, well-researched concerns about this proposed amendment. I was here with another group before that, and I literally cannot believe the efforts that have been put forth on this by these residents. And yet, to many in the chambers, it seemed like a very discouraging evening. It seemed like the only feedback coming back that night was, you're over your 10 minutes. So as a concerned City of St. John citizen, I felt that I must stand up and speak too. I won't speak 10 minutes, so you can breathe easy. There were many things that I was going to say, but I really think that most of the questions have been covered, and now we just need answers. I find it hard to believe that you can move forward on this with so many questions still unanswered and so many concerns raised, all those last week, all those this week. I was supposed to talk about a few other things, and I kind of veered away from that, but I'll just kind of throw this in. We were talking about real estate values. So I'm just a little curious, how many council members might be looking to make a residential move to Lornville? To the unknown possibilities of a 150-meter buffer from your home to heavy industrial designation, and all it might bring with it, like 24-hour truck traffic, industrial lighting, and exposure to whatever might be floating in the air on any particular day. Probably not too many of you, but not in my backyard. But the people of Laurinville stay, and they stay, and they stay through everything that's been thrown their way. What about their wells? Industrial development in sensitive groundwater areas carries very real risks: contamination, lower water levels, and maybe permanent loss of clean water. The citizens of Laurinville must have insurances from the city and the developers that they will be protected. In closing, see, I told you I'd be short. Trust. I don't know how many times that was mentioned last week, this week, but trust. There is a long history of good reasons why the citizens of Laurinville don't have it with the city. To the mayor and every councillor in the chamber tonight, you were elected to lead. And tonight, leadership means pressing pause. Pause for as long as it takes to justify moving forward or not moving forward. Please stand for the citizens of Laurinville on this, and all of St. John who's watching and wondering about their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. I will say our job really tonight is to listen here, and so we want to do that and make sure that everyone gets heard. So is there another speaker? Oh, okay. I'll get you to give us your name and your address.
Hi there, my name's Aaron Hemmings. I live at 5 Spruce Grove Terrace in St. John. I will be playing a video for the council, so if you could please give me one moment, that would be...
What was your first name? Sorry.
Aaron, A-R-E-N.
Yes, please. You got it. Here, let's go
Hemmings.
over here. I have this document. There's a few. Which one did you want to play?
Laurinville Nature Video.
The first one?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Just give me a moment. We'll have to throw it on the screen, and I think I already have it preloaded. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that looks like it. And just give me 2 seconds.
That's perfect, thank you.
Yeah, of course. And here we go. Oh, just one more. Start with you. You got it.
What are we doing up there, Anna?
We have another video to show, sorry.
You've got 1 minute left, though.
Thank you.
Is it a short one?
Yes, I believe so.
Imagining the potential loss of an entire ecosystem and all the life in it, in addition to the impact of such a loss on human health and well-being, is quite frankly anxiety-provoking. This worry is real, and it's valid. There's threat and significant anticipation of grief in response to losing the wetlands, forests, and all the life in it. Losing our peaceful and quiet community, losing places to roam and explore, and losing a place to appreciate nature. Humans don't own this planet. We are merely guests here and have a responsibility to protect other life. We are not worth more than the eagles soaring above, the bees buzzing around, the fish swimming in the streams, or the deer and foxes roaming through our yards. I worry about the animals. Who made this judgment that their lives are not worth saving? Do they understand the significance of this ecosystem? Over 40% of the world's plant and animal species live and breed in wetlands. To me, living in Laurinville is about belonging, not just to the community, but to the ecosystem. Being here in nature, in the dense and lush forest, among the tides, the animals, and the running streams, makes me feel like I belong to something bigger. I'm just one life out of hundreds of other species that also belong here. I feel connected to the land, and this connection contributes greatly to my physical and mental well-being. It worries me having to imagine a life here without hearing the birds sing, seeing monarch butterflies, bees, deer, foxes, and the large prey birds in the sky. The worry, it brings out anger and frustration and a drive to act. The whole community feels this. We want to survive, and we want to save our ecosystem. The people of Laurinville are worried.
All right. Take the next speaker.
Are you playing a video as well? Yes. Yeah, and I have a little list.
I'm Bob Hebert, resident of Laurinville as well, 21 McGuire Drive. I'm here to play 2 videos.
Which ones would you like? I have 2 at the bottom here, and I have 2 I can play. 2 at the
Laurinville policies.
I'll start with this one.
Yeah.
Here goes this one. This one. Just 1 second. Here goes your
Thank you. And the second one as well, the heavy industrial.
Let's see. I have two council members here. The CBC ones, unfortunately, we can't due to copyright.
Okay.
But I have Northern Nature.
Yeah.
Northern Nature?
Yeah.
I think that's already been played.
No, it has not been played. That one's been played, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. So these are the ones I have here.
There was one,
I have one from Mayor Reardon.
heavy industry adjacent.
Industry
Heavy
adjacent.
industry adjacent.
I don't see that one on the list, unfortunately.
Please request all the councilors watch it.
We've been watching it.
Has that been played?
It's on YouTube as well, so people at home can see it.
So I think this one's been played already. I
Yeah.
believe the 3-minute one. Perfect. And then this one I think we already played as well. Yep.
Okay.
And let's check the other two. I think that's the short clip. Yep, we played that guy. I have one on Mayor Reardon trees. And
Is there a problem there, Anna?
we can't find the request video that the gentleman has, so we're just
okay.
trying to see if there's another one or the one available that we're able to play.
Maybe it's not there.
Okay, well, maybe we should, do you want
On the
to,
email. I'm sorry about that.
All right, that's right.
Sorry,
Thanks.
sorry.
okay, so I guess I'm asking for the next speaker then? Okay, we'll take your name and your address, please.
My name is Linda Galbraith, and I am a 35-year resident of the community of Lornville. I live at 1740 Lornville Road.
Yeah, sorry, Elise. Thanks, Linda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I know you've heard concerns about environmental health and safety, but I'd like to highlight a few points from my perspective. First, I found the presentation by St. John Industrial Parks to be questionable. The so-called letters of intent were submitted at the 11th hour, and the letterhead used was not the usual St. John Industrial Parks letterhead. This gave the impression that the letters came directly from interested companies, which may not be the case. I hope Council did not view them as such. Now, I'd like to talk about water, both mine and the city's. I'm on a drilled well, and while I currently have more than enough water for my needs, that doesn't mean my entire neighborhood does. I've heard terms like lots and abundant used to describe the water supply available for industrial use. But those words aren't a substitute for scientific data. They're vague and don't give the public or decision makers any real clarity. Let's look at some numbers. A typical 1 megawatt data center uses 25.5 million liters of water annually for cooling. A hydrogen or ammonia plant uses approximately 87.6 million liters annually. And Irving Pulp and Paper reportedly uses around 40.4 billion liters annually. So the question is, do we actually have the capacity to support expanded industrial demand? And if so, where's the data to back that up? If my well runs dry during a drought or becomes contaminated due to industrial activity, I have no backup. The city of St. John does. If the Loch Lomond water system is ever compromised, Spruce Lake serves as the backup source. That raises a serious question. If Spruce Lake is the city's safety net, should we really be allocating it primarily to future industrial use? With climate change creating more uncertainty around precipitation and water levels, we need to protect the resources we have. Spruce Lake has been used for drinking water in the past, and it may need to be used that way again. Handing it over to industry could limit the city's options down the line. Frankly, it feels like we're gambling with our water supply, and that's a risk I don't think we should be taking. I also want to talk about costs. In 2021, there was a plan for Irving Pulp and Paper to pay $2.8 million for industrial water. What became of the plan? Legislation exists that supposedly charges industrial users the full cost of operating the industrial water system. If that is the case, then why has at least $5.2 million of taxpayers' dollars been spent since 2020 to upgrade raw water infrastructure that supports the Spruce Lake system? In 2022 alone, nearly 18.4 billion liters were pumped from the East Branch Musquash Station to Spruce Lake to meet industrial demand at a cost of $1.86 million, according to the city's annual water report. Who paid for this? An additional 4.43 kilometers of water pipeline was replaced recently between Musquash and Menzies Lake. This lake feeds Spruce Lake. That project wasn't listed in the city's public tenders. So I have to ask, who paid for that? Was it Irving or the taxpayers? It's starting to look like residents may be subsidizing large-scale industrial water usage now and possibly in the future. This land use rezoning and industrial expansion feels like a build it and they will come strategy, which does not hold water. In the real world, that's a risky and often costly approach. We need solid plans, solid data, and transparency, none of which have been clearly presented so far. This isn't just about rezoning land or approving infrastructure upgrades. It's about long-term consequences on our environment, our water, and the financial burden placed on residents. Once water is gone or contaminated, we can't get it back. And once public resources are committed to private industry, it's very hard to reverse that decision. We all want economic growth, but not at the cost of our most basic needs. Growth should be sustainable, data-driven, and transparent. Right now, too many questions remain unanswered. More homework and research needs to be done by various levels of government before solid decisions are made. Based on my research, I am opposed to the expansion of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park and the designation and rezoning to heavy industry. I encourage council to reject this proposal as well. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Linda. Next speaker. Anyone else would like to speak against the application? Come on forward and give us your name and your address, please.
Hi, my name is Stephanie LeBlanc, and I live on 2178 Ocean Westway. I'm a bit of a crier, so I'm going to try to get through this without tears. It hits kind of close to home for many reasons. I was born and raised in Lorneville.
Stephanie, are you related to the famous Jill?
My mother.
Who's got 25 letters in our kit?
Yes. I met the love of my life when he moved to Lorneville at the age of 17. His mother accidentally backed into his car in the driveway, which forced him to take the bus, where I met him, and it was love at first sight. A lot of my favorite memories, childhood memories, was four-wheeling with my friends in the backwoods that you want to destroy. Snowmobiling, four-wheeling all year round, kept us out of trouble. It was the best time. Like, we were living our best lives. I ended up getting pregnant at 18. Chris and I moved in town to finish high school, and we had our oldest daughter. It was a few months that we moved that we are so fortunate to be able to buy our first house in Lornville. In this house, we had our second daughter, and also this house was filled with wonderful memories, four-wheeling with the kids, our own daughters in the backyard. Things happened and we had to sell our house. I moved back to town for 2 years, ready to buy my new house again. Unfortunately, there was nothing in Lornville, so I bought a house to this beautiful community, the closest I could, on Ocean Westway, where I've lived for 12 years and currently. Since then, I had 2 sons. And you see, for the countless reasons why this should not pass, as you heard Monday night and again tonight, people pouring their hearts out, hours and hours of dedication, sleepless nights, the stress. And it's so unfortunate that the community of Lornville has to continuously fight over and over again for their peace. We all have our personal reasons for this not to pass. Unfortunately, a year ago yesterday, we lost Chris, who is buried in Lornville. My children have to go down and visit their father to grieve and mourn. And I don't think this is right to have to do in the middle of an industrial park, a heavy industrial park. Also, the mental health is taking a toll on all these people that have spent time and time. They're, like I said, all the hours that they have put into this. Like, anyone that knows me knows I have a running joke. I get an eye twitch. My kids drive me crazy, it's an eye twitch. I get stuck behind a train running late, it's an eye twitch. It's funny. But what's not funny is my mother, Jill, as you all know. Her dedication and devotion, this is taking a toll on her mental health. She actually has a legit eye twitch. Some days it's so bad her eye is like swollen shut. I'm terrified that if this goes through, she's gonna be even crazier. She needs her birds. She needs her peace. She loves her home. Her home is beautiful. Her yard is beautiful. She spends hours with the birds. I am scared for more than just her mental health if this goes through. Obviously, we heard all the reasons, the health reasons, the environmental reasons, but mental health is a serious thing, and people need this not to go through for their mental health. And that's everything.
Thank you, Stephanie, for being here. Appreciate that. I know it's emotional, and condolences on the loss of your husband. I'll take the next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Bradley Wilson. I live at Luna Lane. I'm 6th generation Lornville. My children are 7th generation living in Lornville. My family has lived in Lornville since 1850 when they came over from Portsmouth, Ireland, before Canada was even a country. Today, myself and my parents still live on part of the same property in which my ancestors purchased back then. Since the amalgamation with the city, residents that took residents' decision-making and also some of their land away, Lornville seems to have become a dumping ground for industrial business that no one in St. John wants in our backyard. Well, I understand all the negative development was not done by this council and mayor. You certainly have a choice in the next step of it on what is left there. For all the industrial businesses we have in our community, we've never seen any of these like mystical community enhancements that we keep hearing. All our stuff in our communities paid for, maintained, and it's all residents. We never really see the city down there. We've had roads falling apart. We've heard it all. I'm not a public speaker.
You're doing good.
Now we seem to have the city staff, who I realize keep saying that we need to grow industrial and all that, but their jobs also rely on expanding industrial. If there's no expansion in industrial, then there's no more need for an industrial park committee if all the land's full. But it seems like we're just taking the easiest path. We keep getting sold the pipe dream of millions of dollars in taxes, thousands of jobs, but none of these projects around the city that we've heard this with ever actually have the millions of dollars in taxes, the thousands of jobs. We've seen what tank farms and whatnot bring into the city, and it's been in the news, and it's not much. Like everybody else, it's all the health, the safety, the environmental impacts. Like, everybody's brought it up. They've made some beautiful videos of it. They're a lot more knowledgeable than I am of it. When we tried to propose a lot of these questions and stuff like that, we never really seemed to get many answers from the city or Dylan. All the answers we got seemed to kind of be generic letters of wait till the next step, wait till the next step. And I guess that's kind of concerning of we'll pass this and then wait until it's for all the other dangers. My career throughout my life has been in the transportation industry and civil construction. In the transportation industry for 10 years, we chased green energy technologies such as propane, natural gas, electric vehicles, hydrogen, the list went on and on. The biggest takeaway from everything I've learned when it comes to manufacturing and also running of all these alternative green energies is they might be green, but they're far from safe. Natural gas being the biggest one. Another note from everything I learned that way is it's always contingent on government funding, grants, cutting them deals on water, electricity, land. Throughout my civil construction career, we specialize in water, gas, natural gas, and so on. Like many of the other residents, I know what this project's going to contain if it does go through, even if it's gravel pads. By the time this is all said and done, we're going to be 5 years of listening to dump trucks and cutting and slamming of doors, and then we're going to get into construction, which, from what I gathered from the last meeting, is it might even be drug out and done more in phases than all at once, which is going to probably make it 10 years of all the background noise from 7 in the morning to 7 at night. A lot of our industrial park that we have now, I actually work in the industrial park in Laurinville, and a lot of the businesses in there aren't open. They're not 24/7 businesses. They're Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sort of businesses. There's a couple exceptions with a couple trucking companies down there, but we don't have the noise on the weekends. We don't have the noise in the evenings when people get off and want to enjoy their property. I guess most of the other stuff I wanted to say has been already covered, all the environmental, all the health and safety, but yeah, my family's been there for 175 years, since before Canada was even a country, so I'm kind of hoping that we can maintain a little bit of the lifestyle in which our ancestors had and a little bit of peace and quiet and be able to relax on the weekend. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, Councillor Lowe, can you move that we have a quick recess? It's 8 o'clock.
That's it.
It's 8 o'clock.
Okay, well, the break.
Go for a 10-minute break, okay?
Yeah.
Get a seconder? Okay, on the question? Good. Give us a quick 10-minute break then. All right. Times, it's 8 o'clock. 8:03. So, okay.
Yeah, I think I'm next. Wow. Oh, fuck. Tear him a new one. Yeah, I gotta go pee. I should probably go do that too.
Thank you.
Where is it? Where'd you go? It's right there. Yeah, that's
I'll call another one, break. Probably in an hour or so, yeah.
Only took 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, can I call the meeting back to order, please? Joanna's on. Yeah, Joanna's up there. Okay, you got to make sure Joanna's on. What?
Your mic's on.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, please. Can I call the meeting back to order? I've got my gavel here. Okay, Councillor Killen's back on. I think we've got everyone here. Yep. Okay. I am going to take the next speaker who would like to speak against the application, please. Come on down and give us your name and your address. What am I doing here?
My name is Pat McDonough.
Oh, hello, Pat.
Hello, Donna. Nice to see you.
You too.
And I'm a St. John resident. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would create the Spruce Leak Industrial Zone with defined permitted uses that include hydrogen manufacturing, bulk fuel storage, and gas stations. Other permitted uses include volatile and offensive heavy industry in general, which could be things like battery manufacturing terminals. This application would involve large quantities of flammable, explosive, chemically reactive, and toxic materials dangerous to human health. Despite the city doing their very best to spin the industrial uses as green and clean, a single incident involving these toxic materials could be devastating to the community of Lorenville. The residential community of Lorenville lies downhill of the proposed industrial park and relies entirely on hundreds of water wells for drinking water. The families of Lorenville would be on the receiving end of any spills, leaks, fires, and accidents that involve heavy metals, nitrates, formaldehyde, volatile organic compounds, and any other materials toxic to human health. These materials will be transported, stored, and manufactured in the proposed industrial park. Accidents, leaks, spills inevitably occur despite all the careful measures put in place to prevent them. All it takes is one accident to permanently impact the health of Lorenville residents and the livability of the community. Heavy rainfall events can overwhelm stormwater systems, erode industrial containment features, and rapidly wash toxic materials, spills, residues downhill towards the community. Or undetected leaks can slowly contaminate the area or groundwater. Case in point, the recent diesel spill in Woodstock that went undetected until it was smelled in the drinking water by customers at a local Tim Hortons. Undetected, despite the monitoring systems in place. The proposed plan is not just a land use designation change. It's the creation of an entirely new legal framework that permanently permits volatile and offensive heavy industry near homes, residential water wells, and provincially significant wetlands. Missing from the plan is a complete and full review of current and modern global precedents and best practices to justify the creation of the new industrial zone. While the Dillon Consulting jurisdictional review contains a few select cases, this major decision deserves, and the community of Lorenville deserves, a complete global review that considers the local context. A review that considers that the community lies downhill of the proposed industrial park and relies on wells for drinking water. This is a high-risk situation. The city has proposed to install monitoring wells next to residential properties, but there are no protections in place if wells become contaminated or run dry. Lorenville is a coastal community, vulnerable to sea level rise. When wetlands uphill are destroyed, groundwater flows can change, and salt water can creep into groundwater wells. In the proposed plan, no groundwater vulnerability mapping has been done. There is no compensation framework, no emergency water supply plan, and no liability guarantees. This puts the risk entirely on the residents of Lorenville. I would like to ask the city the following questions. Number one, will the city commit to a water supply source assessment and hydrogeological assessment that includes risks of chemical migration, groundwater drawdown, and saltwater intrusion? Such a study is readily available, inexpensive considering the cost of developing the land, and is an important step to protect drinking water of families who reside downhill from the proposed development. Number two, how will the city protect residents if either groundwater monitoring systems detect a contaminant, or if residential water wells become contaminated or depleted? Are there emergency water plans or compensation guarantees for Lorenville residents? Who will legally and financially be responsible? 3, what is the city's plan should one or more residents become sick or ill from drinking well water contaminated from industrial activities? 4, what protections are in place for private well owners if the infilling of wetlands alters the local groundwater table and shallow wells dry up? 5, how will the city detect and respond to slow contamination of the groundwater if it occurs outside of the monitoring well network? For example, saltwater intrusion in water wells, a very real concern for development near coastal water wells. 6, who receives the results of groundwater monitoring wells? Will the public have access? And 7, how often will monitoring wells be tested? In conclusion, the city is imposing a large, dangerous, volatile, toxic industrial park on the community of Lorenville, imposing unnecessary risk to Laurenville families and destroying the quiet coastal community that has been home for generations of families for more than 200 years. In the face of unanimous opposition from the community, I believe that this proposed plan is outrageous. It is wrong, it is unethical, and it shows a complete disregard for the health of the community, the safety of the drinking water, and the ecological integrity of one of the most biodiverse and vulnerable coastal areas in Atlantic Canada. If any of you have any questions in regard to the content of this, I would refer you to Dr. Chris Watson. Dr. Watson is a professor at UNB. He teaches physics. He's a wealth of knowledge, and his knowledge is scientifically based. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Thanks, Pat. Okay, next speaker, I'll get your name and your address.
My name is Cecil McGaver, 1050 Laurenville Road. To discuss my personal property and my family's properties in the community with regards of the property value going down and buffers. So our property, my new property is 1050 Laurenville Road next to Mill Stream, and my property is butting up against the first phase of the proposed industrial project. And 150 meters from my property line is the proposed site. I don't have a buffer of woods. There is an apple orchard with no trees at all, just 6 apple trees. So I don't have what most communities members would have for a buffer. So I believe the buffer should be increased. The next, I have questions about the provincially significant wetland increase buffer from 30 meters to 60. As it was not, the proposed site is not close to the first phase. The only people that this is affecting is property owners on both Marsh Brook and Mill Creek. The next is the investments of our property. Purchasing this property last year at what it costed, what is it going to go down to? And the values of the rest of the community. We have Airbnbs in Laurenville successfully running. We have vacant properties looking to develop, and we also have the only lobster pound in Laurenville and the lobster holding facility. So what will these endeavors down the road do to our water for the lobster pound? So my question is, what will the community get if this all goes south? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Take your name and your address, please.
Hi, my name is Gerald Irish. I'm from 88 Robar Court out in St. John East. Mayor, council, my fellow citizens in the gallery. I just have a couple of things I want to talk about tonight. I am here today to lend my support for the Laurenville residents and ask you not to pass the expansion of Spruce Lake Industrial Park motion as it is right now. There's no doubt that St. John is a heavy industrial powerhouse in New Brunswick and the Atlantic provinces. We live and work besides heavy pollution every day that impacts our air quality, creates respiratory issues, and that are higher rates here than in the rest of the province and other cities. These industries have been here for many years, so the only recourse we have on how to react to the impact on our health and on the environment is to keep monitoring systems that are out of date and trying to improve regulations that protect us in the health of the ecosystems that we have left. St. John is home to the refinery, several paper and tissue mills, heavy manufacturing, power generating systems, that are not found anywhere else in the province. And I think I just had two quick things I wanted to say. I lived on the west side the first 25 years of my life, and the pulp mill on the west side used to always emit a film every once in a while for about 10 years until they got the scrubber in. And we didn't know then what we know now. It was harsh on our health. It was harsh on the environment. And I think we need to take those considerations that we have now and take a really good hard look at what we are proposing to do for Lorneville. And in my opinion, we are maxed out at our ecological capacity for destruction in this city and what our citizens can take. This city is starting to become an industrial wasteland, and no one wants to, are less likely to come live here or work here if we continue to bring these heavy industrial polluters. Yes, the refinery, the mills, and the power plants bring good paying jobs and taxes for the city of St. John, but at what price? We entice these type of businesses by giving away our water and power and destroying fragile ecosystems that actually help counter the pollution and act as carbon sinks to help protect us from all this pollution. We need to stop and really think who and what type of industry we want to bring here. We have had such a bad experience in the past several years that it's very hard to say, hey, let's destroy a healthy ecosystem to bring in a couple of dollars and a few more jobs to St. John. To say, let's trust the outside companies to keep their word, or to put all the burden on the city to protect us from the fallout when there's an accident or disaster is not a good business plan for us. We need to strengthen the environment laws and the regulations and align them with good processes and business plans in order to protect our future. We need to be able to partner with everybody, all levels of government. We need to be able to have the federal government, the provincial government, and all of you work together. We need to bring in other groups as well as the Indigenous councils and have them have a say and learn from them and what they're doing in the last several years. AIM is the example of poor regulations, poor emergency responses, where we were not prepared to deal with a toxic fire, and we still will have lasting effects and damage for the next several years in and around St. John Harbor. I think in order to make any decision of this type, we have to dive into the consideration and the history of the place we intend to create this type of industry and park. The residents of Lorneville have been subject to land expropriation for the furthering of the St. John interests as one example. This is not in the late 1800s or early 1900s. This is one generation away. So it's still raw with those people and the families who live there now. St. John created a temporary dump out in Lorneville that lasted longer than they were told. And when decommissioned, is still an ecological time bomb that, with leachate throwing toxins into their streams and environment. They were promised help, but none has come. This issue is so important to the people of Lorneville because, as you have heard from the many people who spoke before me, that they live and play there. I live in St. John East, and I do not play, hike, or enjoy nature in and around St. John East because of the refinery. The poor air quality and everything else that's happening, loud noises and everything else. I live with it. I purposely brought my family there because it was a good house, but I didn't really see all of the extenuating circumstances and the effects of pollution has had on my family's health. But the people of Lorneville, they don't go outside of their space, they stay there. They have bike trails, they have hike trails, they have views that are outstanding in and around Lorneville. You can enjoy crisp air standing in trails and awesome forests and coastline, and you can just enjoy nature as well as it should be. I would like to have one last point, and that is engagement with the people who live in the city communities. We need to help and do better with what we're doing here. there is a distrust on the citizen side all throughout St. John, not just Lorneville, but East St. John, West St. John, all around. And the problem is that we're making disruptive decisions that are having great causes on our communities, and we're not aligning with the people that are in those communities. And all we're looking for is we need a little more engagement, we need a little more foresight in saying, hey, we're coming in, this is what we're thinking. This is what all levels of government we need to do, not just municipal, but provincial and federal as well. And community engagement is even easier now than it has been. Almost every community in St. John now has, they have a community Facebook page, they have a small leadership group that is easy to get a hold of and a message out. My big example would be Champlain Heights. We have a monthly meeting, a monitored Facebook page and email where the city can engage with us and other citizens can engage with us as well. We use these groups to monitor the health of our neighborhoods, work with the city on issues that concern the citizens that live there, and messaging groups in the first stages of engagement. And, it's been said on the city side that, you've allotted in a lot of time, more so than any other time, engaging with the Lorneville people in this issue. That's outstanding. We need more, and not just in Lorneville, in East St. John and everywhere else that we have these big picture ideas and what we need to do in businesses and say, hey, let's look out for everyone's interest and move forward together as a cooperative group with a good plan that everyone has the buy-in to. The people of Lorneville have sacrificed many hours of work, including research, calls to everyone informed about petitions, lobbying all levels of government, including all the way up to Premier Holt and local federal MPs for the St. John, St. Croix area. We're looking for, and other local environmental groups as well. That's time away from their families and still has stressors that people feel as they go through this process, and they almost feel helpless and there's no light. What I'd like to say is there's a lot of information, some misinformation locked in this process. I think we need to do better, search out companies that care about the environment, even start our own manufacturing around the green economy market, and stand together with a solid plan and move forward to make St. John successful. We're not going to do it by ourselves. We're not going to do it by just the municipal plan, the provincial plan, or a federal plan. It all has to work together in order to do what we need to do to get that done. I would also like to do a quick mention. We saw that we had David Kuhn here, who's the leader of the provincial Green Party. He has on the legislature floor tabled a bill that's going to be of particular interest here because it's going to be talking about citizens' right to clean air, clean land, clean water. Those are not just cavalier wants or needs. Those are life-affirming needs that each of us need and deserve. So I'd like to, my last sentence would be, I'd like you to consider voting against this motion as it stands now and take a real good look at what we can do better and be more serving to the people of Lorneville and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Take the next speaker, please. Get you to give us your name and your address for the record.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Joyce Duffney. This is my husband, Mark. We live at 411 Point Road.
What was your last name, Joyce? Sorry.
Duffney, Duffney.
Thank you.
And we're the new kids on the block. We moved here and arriving in Laurinville in October of 2021. We'd been traveling to the East Coast for my husband's family reunions. He was originally from Newfoundland for years and always felt, if possible, that the Maritimes was where we wanted to retire. On our first trip, I was focused on seeing Nova Scotia and PEI, and New Brunswick was just on the way. When we reached New Brunswick, I fell in love with this province and the breathtaking beauty and unspoiled nature, and every subsequent trip has strengthened that feeling. We found what we believed would be our perfect retirement property in Laurinville. We moved here from Midland, Ontario, a small town in central Ontario, 2 hours north of the GTA. We'd always lived in subdivisions, and everywhere we lived, we always put a lot of time, effort, and money into creating a beautiful, natural back and front gardens, putting back the nature that development had taken away. When we arrived here, our daughters and other family members and friends asked about what plans we had for the outdoor space, because it had always been our main focus. We told them, you can't improve on what nature has created here. Gorgeous views to sit and admire and feel at peace with. Plenty of walking trails to improve your physical and mental health. And last year, we arrived home from a trip down south to help our youngest daughter with the arrival of her second child, to discover what had been proposed for the land surrounding the community of Laurinville. To say we were devastated is an understatement. Promises, okay, sorry. That's right, I had to, okay. The property that we had purchased as our retirement paradise was now going to be surrounded by an industrial park. I think you'll agree, not most people's idea of the perfect place to retire. It also is devaluing a property that we probably paid more than we should have for because it was the pandemic. And we bought it online. And I'm someone who doesn't do any shopping online. And when we first arrived here, even though friends of mine thought we were crazy for doing that, buying a property sight unseen, when we walked in, I felt so justified. I thought, see, you can trust in beautiful places. Anyway, getting off my speech, so I'll go back to it, otherwise I'll end up going over my 10 minutes. Okay, so where was I? We have attended community meetings and the rally here in Uptown on Mother's Day. Another side trip here. On Mother's Day, my grandson, who's 16, called me to find out how my Mother's Day had been and what had I done with my Mother's Day. So I told him. He was absolutely shocked because he's come down here. This would be his third summer he's coming. And the first summer he came, we were all worried about how we would entertain him and his sister because there's no Wonderland here. And he said to me, Nana, you're living in Wonderland. So when he found out what was proposed, he was deeply disturbed, said, I thought New Brunswick was all about the environment. Anyway, side trip aside, back to, okay, during all of the events that we haven't spoken, we have listened to stories of our neighbors about the abysmal treatment and broken promises towards the community by the city of St. John, listened to knowledgeable people talk about the environment and the importance of wetlands. We have not felt lectured to, but rather we have felt educated about the community and the environment we now call home. Last Monday, there was a lady who spoke about creating adventure tour businesses in the area. There was another gentleman who was sitting behind us and was telling his friend about an article in a travel magazine highlighting hidden gems that mentioned Black Beach as New Brunswick's hidden gem. We know that St. John has recently invested a lot of upgrading in the harbor front to promote more cruise ship tourism, and the area of the land that right now is facing destruction for heavy industrial use could instead be developed as a tourism destination with less cost than industrial pads, perhaps promoting companies that were focused on the environment, on this environmental gem on St. John's doorstep. Bring the picnic tables back to Black Beach. Create wetland education centers, perhaps a tea shop, cafe, restaurant, maybe cottages or yurts to rent. The trails and nature are already there. It just needs a few more aspects to make it more of a destination. Maybe the city could work with the province in promoting tourism, like PEI and Nova Scotia and Newfoundland do. The reason I was more interested in seeing PEI and Nova Scotia on our first trip east was because New Brunswick itself is a hidden gem that isn't promoting itself, isn't highlighting what it has. It has untouched and amazing natural beauty. My husband and I would love to see everything stay just the same, but we understand the need for St. John not to just survive, but to thrive. I think that doing all we can to save the natural environment and to promote more tourism to the area would be a solution where everyone wins, making New Brunswick and St. John not just a drive-through, but a drive-to destination. In closing, isn't it better to be a city that serves all its constituents by lifting them up rather than tearing down? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Adams. I probably won't need the mic because I speak loud enough.
We like that. No, but Lynn, we have people on.
Oh, people
right, and
outside, that's
YouTube
right.
and everywhere else, yeah.
Okay, so I'm Lynn Adams. I live at 891 Lorneville Road, or as my father called it when he built my home there, Lorneville Manor.
Okay, I like that.
Okay, so I wasn't going to speak. I was just going to let all my neighbors do because I agree with everything they said and I don't want to repeat everything they said. But I met the young lady who was just here on my walk today. I walk 2 miles every day with 3 other ladies. One's 83 and I can't keep up. But anyway, we walk every day and this couple, you know, you're going to the meeting tonight and I didn't know if I could or not. And she said she wanted to go and told me part of her story. So I thought, if she's just newly here and loving it, how can I not get up? Because my ancestors came in 1838. My great-great-great-grandfather, John Stinson, bought 600 acres. The whole start of Lorneville was ours. He had 15 children, 3 or 4 sons, and mostly daughters. Well, you know what the girls did. They went off and married the Galbraiths, the Fergusons, the Wilsons, the McCavers, and the McAllisters. So I'm probably related to half this, 3/4 of this whole gallery here tonight. But that's okay. We took care of our properties and we handed it down. I am living on that land. I'm the 6th generation. My children are 7th. My grandchildren are 8th generation to live on that same land from 1838. We have taken care of our property. We've had gardens, they fished, as was mentioned before, and we took care of our wetlands and things around what to cut for the wood, and you know how it goes. We also know our wetlands flow into Stinson Brook is named after my relative, Stinson's. It flows right into the Lorneville Harbor, which right across, when I look out my window, I'm looking at Saints Rest and I'm looking at the Irving Nature Park. If you pollute Lorneville, you're going to pollute the Lorneville Harbor, and guess what's next? The Irving Nature Park and Saints Rest, the largest saltwater marsh in North America. That is where birds come from the Arctic. They come, they rest there, and then they go on to South America and come back twice a year. It's just not for us we're fighting. We're fighting for the whole of West Side and for St. John. It's not us against you. It's we're trying to educate you as well of what you could be passing by without taking care of it. Last year, I had to go to the graveyard. Well, I go all the time, but I went to the graveyard, and I had to fix a stone that was all fallen over. And I called some people from Lorneville who come over and help me fix it. And I'm looking at it and I'm realizing that's my great-great-grandfather from 1838. 149 years after he died, I'm standing there fixing his tombstone. And I thought, would anybody be standing fixing my tombstone 150 years after I'm gone? What do I have to leave in this world? I don't think much. But I do know I had a chance to stand here and tell you what we could be losing. I'm just wondering, well, you know, I'm a tour guide. I get paid to talk for a living. My grandmother told me that I was vaccinated with the granophone needle when I was little because I never stopped talking as a kid. So a tour guide is a good job for me. I see thousands of Americans come in, and I got to tell you, when they get here, it never ceases to make me proud of how much they love our city. Even when I think it's dirty, they're saying, oh, your city's so clean. And I'm thinking, look to the left, not to the right, you know. But, you know, they really love our city. The Americans love our city. We got thousands. And what my friend had mentioned earlier, I have promoted to my company that I work with, different tours. We take 7-hour tours to St. Martin, St. Andrews. We've even have tours to Fredericton. I don't like that tours much. I got to tell you, I'm a St. Johnner, so when you come here, you know, you're going to love it before you leave, let me tell you. So you get here to St. John, and they're talking about things, and I always say to them, listen, your cruise ship went right by my house this morning. I knew I had half an hour to get into town and get dressed to get to work. And when you go home tonight on that cruise ship, you'll be having filet mignon, and I'll be having beans, but we'll be having supper together. Because I see the cruise ship go right by my windows. And they'll laugh and they giggle and they say, really, all that coast? I said, it's beautiful. And I'm trying to get my company, as was mentioned earlier, to take tour buses instead of going out to St. Martin's for a 6 and 7 hour tour. Bring them to Laurinville, go through. The roads are too bad to do it, I'm afraid to say. Black Beach is not in shape to house the buses that we could put down there. I'd love to get the Laurinville Community Center involved in giving lobster suppers. You know, there's lots of ideas that we could have to promote our village and our city. Half a day in Laurinville and half a day in St. John instead of spending the whole day out in another village, because there's so much to see. Now, I did say my relatives came in 1838, but on the other side, they're United Empire Loyalists. They came and landed on Navy Island. My grandfather was born on Navy Island. So, you know, I'm deeply rooted in St. John and Laurinville. But what I'm kind of at a loss with right now, when I stood at my great-great-grandfather's grave, is what am I going to give to this city? Well, I'm going to put it to you. Are you going to have a great-grandchild 150 years after you're gone stand there and say, well, what did my grandfather, oh, he was on the Common Council. What did he do? Did he save Laurinville? Did he promote tourism? Did he love his city enough to make the right decision, even though it was tough? Or did he just go with the flow to bring in some money and la-di-da? Are they going to look at you and know that you did right? And that your great-great-grandchildren are going to want to live in St. John because it's got clean air, clean water, beaches? When I tell people you can stand in King Square and in 15 minutes get to any beach on the west side in Laurinville, Dominion Park, Redhead, you can go to the Irving Nature Park, you can go up the St. John River. They can't believe in 15 minutes in any direction you can get to a beach and be in nature. People off the ships, the cruise ships, don't realize how wonderful St. John is. And I mean, quite frankly, I got to tell you, I got some of my friends who say, Lynn, I can't believe you're a tour guide. Like, what's there to do in St. John? I say, honey, you come with me a Saturday and I'm going to show you. I've taken more of my friends around this city and opened their eyes to what beautiful land and our history and our culture, what we have here to promote. We got to be promoters of ourselves. So I guess that's going to be my legacy to my great-grandfathers. I'm going to be vaccinated with a granophone needle, and I'm going to keep telling it loud and clear that St. John is a wonderful place and Laurinville's even better. And so are you going to be, 150 years from now, the ones who made Laurinville and St. John proud, or are you going to be the ones that your great-grandparents said, I can't believe they made that decision on that committee? Please, please, make the right decision for the right reason. You've heard all the notes. You've heard all the things. I can't say any more than these educated people before me, other than I love my community and we should keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Oh, hold on for 1 second. Got a question for you. Councilor Radwan has a question. I do have to say I like your gramophone needle. My grandfather used that expression, not for me,
Oh,
Not for me.
well, you know what? The gramophone was in the corner, and when she died, my grandmother left me the gramophone. And when my grandchildren come, I turn on the gramophone and I play it and dance around like she used to. So just to keep it intact.
Councilor Redwan, you had a question for Lynn?
I don't. I just have a quick comment. I really want to go on your bus now.
Well, you
and
know what?
Thank you for promoting.
It depends how you vote tonight, honey, if I'll give you a free tour or not.
All kinds of.
I'd give it. I would give everybody in this council chamber a tour. I'd even pay for the friggin' bus to take you on a tour of St. John and open up your eyes if I thought it would work, if I thought it would help you. Because, you know, you've got to love what you do. And you know what? I had an American tell me last year on a bus coming back from St. Martin's, you know, I have a little game I play. Give me a letter of the alphabet and I'll tell you what was invented by a Canadian. Well, they started giving me all the, you know, Z. Well, we invented the zipper, sir. Didn't you go to the bathroom in there? You can thank a Canadian because we invented the zipper. So I would come up with all these A, B, C, whatever letter they give me. One lady turned to her husband and said, I didn't think you Canadians were that smart. Can you imagine? Like, we're smart enough not to say that in public, right? But anyway, I just want to tell you, we are, sometimes as Canadians, we're not as proud as we should be. And sometimes being from Laurenville, being a Laurenville Light, because our name used to be Pissarinkle, you know that, but we're not as proud as we should be. But I'm proud of my village, I'm proud of my community, and I want you to be proud of us too, and don't do us a dirty. Like, do what you should, do what is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, we'll take the next speaker. Come on down. Give us your name and your address.
Not sure how I can follow that one, but I'll
The
do
tough one, my
best.
friend.
My name is Paul Manchin. I live at 1191 Laurenville Road. I want to say I have the utmost respect for everybody that was involved in the task force. And it was stressful at times. And as you can see, I lost whatever hair I had left going through this process. But I'd like to offer a new perspective. So I won't pretend to fully understand all the past issues that have caused so much distrust in the community. And that's simply because I'm one of the newer members of the community. Okay, but I can speak to what I've heard over the past year. As a new resident, I feel I can offer another perspective, as I haven't developed the same level of distrust that many longtime residents understandably have. What I've witnessed is real and deeply felt anger, anxiety, fear of what might end up in people's backyards, fear of contaminated drinking water, fear of constant noise, or the glow of floodlights shining into the sky and drowning out all the stars. These concerns aren't just environmental, they take a mental toll on people too. There are many unanswered questions that, if addressed properly, could help ease some of these fears. For example, what are the city's plans to create a space where both community and industry can thrive? How will the city protect natural wetlands for future generations? How will safe drinking water be maintained? We need more assurances and protection for our water. The community considers a 150-meter buffer zone to be inadequate. Why can this not be made larger? This creates lots of anxiety and anger, especially for residents that back onto the buffer zone. The city says that only non-emitting businesses can be considered. Does this include noise, light, and water emissions as well? Are the reassurances we're hearing from officials actually going to be followed through and maintained? I'm asking council to delay the vote on this rezoning until these questions and other questions the community put forward can be addressed in a meaningful way, and trust can be rebuilt with the community. I also ask that if the council decides to move forward anyways without approving the rezoning, I strongly urge you create a permanent commission made up of Lornville residents, city staff, and councillors. This would give the community a voice in what goes into their backyard and help ensure some basic protections are in place to reduce anxiety and stress that many are feeling. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me. And is there any questions?
Okay, Paul, thank you for being here. I don't see any questions. We're good? All right. That's it, thank you. Okay, I'll take the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Evan Miller. I live at 20 Cliff Street, and I oppose the motion. I just want to say, I feel for all of you, and all of you, the lighting in this room is absolutely atrocious and harsh, and I don't know how you stay in here this entire time. We should get some lamps or something. So I want to hopefully give you guys a different perspective, maybe one you haven't heard yet. I want to talk in your language, money. Hopefully, you are all, as our council members, intimately familiar with our city's budget, and you're probably all intimately familiar with how expensive it is to maintain this city and the services in it. So, in that light, I want to describe to you a destructive cycle that we're in. Our city is can be compared to an addict. We start up here with our city is strapped for cash. We need to balance the budgets. We need a quick hit of tax revenue or whatnot to get us through that year. And then we do new development. New neighborhoods, new condo towers, new industrial expansion. We get increased tax revenue. Woo, we balance the budgets. And then we get the long-term costs. And those are the costs that, frankly, have not been fully reckoned with a lot of expansion in the city, and I doubt they've been reckoned with this one as well. So, a couple of those costs: electricity. We're going to have to maintain that. I know a lot of people who have had frequent brownouts in this last winter. That's like intermittent blackouts. Maybe your power's off for an hour or so. It happened a lot. Our system is obviously stressed. Water and sewer. That's expensive. Not just to put in. All this stuff has long-term costs. So, it's expensive to put in, and then, we get the revenue, but then 20, 30, 40 years down the line, it all has to be replaced. That's expensive. Do those costs actually outweigh the benefits? So water and sewer, that's got to be replaced later. First responders, we're expanding their area of service. Roads are expensive, especially roads that will involve heavy trucking. It's not just going to be the roads in Lornville, but all over. It's going to increase the wear and tear on those roads. And 20, 30, 40 years down the line, we're going to have to maintain those again. I doubt there's going to be public transportation to this place, so that's going to increase our dependence on auto-oriented infrastructure. So more commuting, more wear and tear on the roads, more money. There's also the unmeasurable costs. So you've heard before, St. John has really high lung cancer rates. That cost is borne by our reactionary healthcare system. That's probably not in the report for the cost of this. Mental health costs, like how do you measure the cost that noise pollution has on subconscious? That actually has been very shallowly researched and is not fully understood. noise pollution effects on human psychology. Anyway, so we are stuck in this loop of strapped for cash, new development. We get a quick fix, and then we bear the long-term costs. Since the 40s, we've pumped money into expansion after expansion, trying to stay one step ahead of recession. And this has made us into a fragile system. Our city is financially fragile, it's socially fragile, it's environmentally fragile. And so this development, I see it as just one more step into that hole. And I have not been convinced that it isn't a step in that fragility direction. So what are really the economic benefits of this? Do they outweigh the cost? Do we trust the projections for these benefits? So I'm not super familiar with the reports, the economic analysis that we've done for this, or if we have done any, or if we've relied on development companies. But when road development companies do their assessments, engineering firms, they actually will they'll multiply the time saved on highway expansions by number of trips and then by minimum wage and say, oh, look how much money you're going to save by this road expansion. I can only imagine a similar amount of bullshit is happening for all kinds of developments. Like, it's in their stake to convince us that it's worth it. So, here are some things we can do to make ourselves more resilient. Let people start businesses in their homes. Promote safe, walkable, pleasant commercial areas. Densify R1 suburbs. Expand public transportation. Systematic road diets across the city. Eliminate parking mandates. Protect wetlands and forests, obviously. And delay hasty, irresponsible expansion. What is a city? Is a city a vehicle for jobs and economic growth, or is it a shared project for human flourishing? Thanks.
Okay, I'll take the next speaker. Would like to speak against the application.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, councillors. My name is Eleni Mavroyanakis. I live out in the Black River area. My opposition...
Okay, hold on for 1 second.
Yes.
The clerk needs to get your name, and he
Oh,
didn't catch
yes.
that. Neither did I.
Just the first name? Eleni. And the last name is Mavronianakis.
Okay. Excellent.
It's like 30 seconds right there.
No, she's going to 11 minutes.
No, I'm not quite so long today. My opposition to the definitions, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. That is a really valuable thing to have. My opposition to the definitions of the zoning terminology proposed by council reflects the points already made and also stems from my concerns that the proposal to develop the Crown land in Lornville for the expansion of the industrial park is a violation of the Peace and Friendship Treaties between the province of New Brunswick and the nations of the Wabanaki Confederacy, nations who have not ceded or surrendered their lands or territories, of which includes the land proposal in question. As of earlier tonight, I was notified that council has engaged with Indigenous landholders to discuss the development of the land in question, but I still wish to address if this has been done following the guidelines of free, prior, and informed consent as outlined in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, which was adopted by the Canadian government in 2021. So far, the UN Declaration Act is a living document that mirrors the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and is considered a document that outlines the basic human rights for Indigenous peoples and is also seen by many to be a guide towards reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and colonial states. Collaboration is ongoing between Indigenous peoples in Canada and the Government of Canada to align Canadian law with the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So far, at least in these council and community conversations, this collaboration appears to be non-existent, and I find its absence deeply concerning. Article 29 of the UN Declaration Act centers specifically on Indigenous environmental rights, including that Indigenous peoples have the right to the conservation and protection of the environment and the productive capacity of their lands or territories and resources. States shall establish and implement assistance programs for Indigenous peoples for such conservation and protection without discrimination. States shall also take effective measures to ensure that no storage or disposal of hazardous materials shall take place in the lands or territories of Indigenous peoples without their free, prior, and informed consent. Of note is that the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations states that free, prior, and informed consent is a collaborative decision-making process between Indigenous peoples and the colonial state for activities that have the potential to modify the land, territory, or environment of the Indigenous peoples of said land. The existence of both UNDRIP and the UN Declaration Act are both built on the resistance to the ongoing colonial project, which includes milestones such as the acceptance and inclusion of Aboriginal treaty and land rights as included in Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution. New Brunswick is not currently pursuing modern treaties. What New Brunswick has is the Peace and Friendship Treaties, of which there was no ceding or surrendering of lands to the colonial government, and of which Council has recognized with their land acknowledgement. What New Brunswick has been practicing is the illegal assertion of Crown sovereignty on Wolastoqiyik, Mi'kmaq, and Pescatamakati lands. The City of St. John has choices to make in how they want to move forward and what values they want to prioritize for the people and places who are here now and for the people and places who will be here tomorrow. I do not know the detailed goings-on between Council and affected parties. I do, however, have concerns based off the loud silence I've heard between the land acknowledgement given earlier and the absence of conversation regarding Aboriginal title and treaty rights. I would be glad to have that concern invalidated. I would be glad to know that Canadian legislation has been taken seriously by these council members, that there is merit to the legality of their zoning proposal for the land in question, that there has been in-depth and appropriate consultation with Indigenous landholders for the proposed site. I would like to ask Council several questions tonight. Who is or are the Indigenous landholders for the land in question? Have they been consulted using the guidelines of free, prior, and informed consent? If yes, when were they consulted and how were they consulted? Also, what was the opinions of the Indigenous elders during consultation and why haven't these opinions been shared publicly by Council? Thank you. If there are questions.
There is a question.
Yes.
Councillor Radwan, over to you for the question.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wondering if you have Indigenous status.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
my family is, I'm a second generation Canadian.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll take the next speaker. Brian, did you speak on this already?
I'm not.
Okay, excellent.
I'm not. Okay. Brian Wilson, I live Lower West. Mayor and council, can't imagine the pressure that's probably behind you tonight, particularly with the situation that's going on in the South right now, and this national momentum that's really talking about big projects and national projects. So I could feel for you on that. When I first heard about this plan, I went to the Shape Your City website, looked at the document. I believe it's about 100 pages. And what I was looking for was a document that showed this is how we're going to do it. If you watch enough council meetings, read enough agenda packages, read reports, interact with counselors, fill out surveys, show up at community events, you hear a lot that it's the legacy of heavy industry that's really created a lot of the challenges that we're in today. Sure, they create jobs, but they also make noise that keep people awake. There's pollution from these industries that have produce carcinogens and particulate matter that are true safety risks for people, health concerns for people. They create traffic that creates a cost burden for the city as tens of thousands of people commute from outside of the city, so they don't even pay property taxes here. You have the question, I lost my train of thought there for a moment, but I'll keep going. You have the 2009 fire safety review that says St. John is 3 industrial cities built into one. And they particularly cite the safety concerns of having so many residents right next to heavy industry. And so the fire department, that represents a cost that the city and the residents absorb by being so proximate. And we really saw it in September 2023, where after over a decade of the city and the residents saying that a local recycler, metal recycler, was not meeting the standard, it literally blew up in our faces. And I was working in Rothsay that day when the gray smoke came out. So when I saw this plan, I really saw that we were just trying to do a little bit better than what we did in the 70s. And I was really shocked by that. Had the document stated clearly that this is green and clean and there was no hedging of that whatsoever, maybe it would be a different story. I gotta try to stop saying so much. Might be a different story, but there was enough hedging in the document that you could be forgiven if you mistook that maybe there was still going to be heavy industry there. And it might be just a soccer field away from your house. Particularly when, if you were one of those people that had read the plans, had gone to the city website, looked at open data, you would have known that you live outside the primary development area and the industrial park was way over there. So there was nothing in our plans, in our city plans, that warned residents that this was going to be in their backyard. So I think this is the opportunity to really show, like the city, the residents, that if we are going to do it better, or if we're going to continue to do heavy industry, we need to come up with a proper standard that respects residents and it permits growth. Right now, residents are 60 to 70% of the property tax revenue stream. Heavy industry is only 9%. Yet it's taking up a lot more of that in conversation. That's all.
Any questions for Brian? Any questions for Brian? Okay. All right. I'm going to take the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Norm, no last name. I live on the west side.
How do you spell your name?
N-O-M?
And no last name?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm an immigrant on this land and a member of this community. I want to thank members of this community who have spent long hours in this frustrating struggle. I also thank them for creating this valuable space for people to come together and share opinions and feelings. The peace and friendship treaties were mentioned. Before my own comments, I would like to read out a statement on behalf of Ron Tremblay, who's the Grand Chief of the Woolastoq Nation. He couldn't be here in person. I have the statement here.
I will just say that's in our kit.
Okay.
That letter. Yeah, we do have the letter.
I will still read it out because he wanted us to do that.
Sounds good.
As the traditional Grand Chief of Woolastoq Nation, I want to address my concern about the proposed extension of the industrial park neighboring Laurenville. First and foremost, the area in which the proposed extension is on our original homeland near Menaquesq. And as the original citizens were never consulted or even advised of the proposed work. The proposed area is an enriched wetland, a natural source to prevent flooding and ecological sponge filter anything that might harm the ways and waterways, land and waterways. If this industrial park is approved, it will disrupt the fragile ecosystem that is vital to every species that is reliant on it. In our legally binding 1725 Peace and Friendship Treaty, it clearly states that Wabanaki people did not surrender land or resources to the Crown or its dependents. Under the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, we as a nation need free, prior, and informed consent on all matters, free from manipulation or coercion, informed by adequate and timely information, and occurring sufficiently prior to a decision so that Indigenous rights and interests can be incorporated or addressed effectively as part of the decision-making process, all as part of meaningfully aiming to secure the consent of affected Indigenous people. We urge you and your council to reject, to protect this viable ecosystem that is so vital to all creation for our children, grandchildren, and the next 7 generations. In peace and friendship, Woolastoq Grand Chief Ron Tremblay. He will also be doing a land ceremony in Lorenville with residents on June 7th. Now, as for my own comments, I also want to begin, like my friend Evan, with some discussion of money. A city report from 2020 did a cost-benefit analysis of heavy industry. This report is called the Greater St. John Regional Task Force Analysis. It gives a summary of the following observations. Direct costs to the city, 2.5 million in roads, 1.2 million in fire, and they did not manage to quantify the expenses for the police. Opportunity costs, which means costs as a consequence of industry, the money that was lost, is up to 32 million for lost residential property taxes. Now, the benefits, about 12 million as municipal revenue from properties. The report goes on to say, and I'm quoting, other types of businesses such as banks, retails, accommodations do not incur heavy costs like industry and are still obliged to pay property taxes for basic municipal supports. The above cost analysis does not include the basic level of support. It only focuses on exceptional costs. Current revenues fall short of providing a full cost recovery balance and indicates an unsustainable funding model regarding heavy industry to the city of St. John. Let me repeat that last line. Indicates an unsustainable funding model regarding heavy industry costs to the city of St. John. This is a report by the city, from the city. In short, even accounting, end quote, in short, accounting for just the exceptional costs, this means that industry costs us more than it benefits us. And these are only some of the direct costs. As we know, industry also brings with it ecological damage in various forms. Impacts like coastal flooding, loss of green cover, industrial accidents are estimated to cost New Brunswick up to 1.2 billion per year by 2025. This is according to a report by the federal government from 2014. This number has likely gone up much more by now. This does not include the rising insurance costs for homeowners, the potentials for disasters like hurricanes, which are expected to grow more with climate change, and health costs that go by living around industry. The city has talked about one of the projects being a data center, using this as a reasoning to say that this is less destructive. This is a very generous way of looking at it. AI systems like ChatGPT use so much energy that the United States is literally reversing course on coal and gas right now. In Santa Clara, for example, in California, data centers use 60% of the city's electricity. This is not to mention the use of fresh water, not ocean water, which is also needed in large quantities, effectively removing it from local use. Will the city or the province step in if the energy and water needs of this data center start interfering with the needs of the community? Or will we be told that this too is in the public interest and we should leave it to the experts? These numbers are not on par with the investment numbers we see. Even if they were close, we have to remember one of the most important lessons of the last century. We cannot buy our way out of ecological destruction. Natural habitats, water systems, groundwater aquifers, and biodiversity are not replaceable in any meaningful way. The short-term increase in opportunities will not support youth and future generations who will still have to face the consequences of such a project. I also want to comment on the idea of large industrial projects. Staff presentations and comments from council members here and outside suggest that the public opinion process is a formality. In this city specifically, this is troubling. Here, industry has captured the economy, the education system, the media, the environment, prompting the cliche that St. John is a company town. Indeed, we fear challenging the status quo of the company and wait for small concessions. Little parks, social programs, scholarships, and famously clean bathrooms. This is the devil we know. Does building more dependence on business that is not even based in St. John make sense? I mentioned the loss of taxes from the city report. Residential to non-residential property tax ratios in St. John are much lower than average in Canada, which is about 2.8. In St. John, it's 1.7. Not to mention, we need tax reforms, but also residential taxes that are lost from being near industry and other local housing policies. The utilitarian logic of markets don't work for the average person and have not worked for decades now. They isolate people, criminalize the most vulnerable members of our community, and concentrate wealth at the top. Gaslighting communities for being in the way of industry does not help. We are not talking about building a shelter or a rehab or a safe use site or a community center. One of you, in a recent blog post, quoted conservative leader Pierre Poilievre in his frustration on how long it takes in Canada to approve a mine. Yes, it does take long, and that's important. Quoting PP and his capitalist logic does not inspire confidence in your decision making. Finally, you don't get to use the phrase once in a generation. This rhetoric is often used by Wall Street and by exploitative industries like fossil fuels, mining, Nestle, and Coca-Cola. We've heard this during the tar sands projects, during the Wet'suwet'en pipeline, and many more. This phrase is often used to bypass environmental protections, labor laws, and sovereignty of other countries. As someone who grew up in the global south, I have, in fact, heard this phrase all of my life. As someone here has mentioned before, a good idea doesn't need this extra rhetoric. The community will be on board automatically. Things we don't hear are proposals to defund the police, enough teachers in this province, enough social supports, not car-centric planning and housing for everyone. Those would be actually once in a generation. Thank you.
Councilor Radwan, did you have a quick question for Noam? I'm at 10 minutes. Yeah, but if you've got a question, a quick one.
I just wanted to clarify what city report you were quoting from, and you're also in the community coalition. I don't know, we've maybe had 10 people from the coalition here, I think.
Yes.
So far, yeah. But which city report were you quoting from?
Just a second. It's called Greater St. John Regional Task Force Analysis from 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, set. I'll take the next speaker, please.
I'll go slowly. My name is Andri Cahyadi, so ANDRICAHYADI. I'm getting better spelling out my names. So, good evening, councils, mayor, and staff, and fellow residents. I'm here today to share my voice as an immigrant, as a guest in Menakes, Turtle Island. I'm acknowledging that I am in unceded and unsurrendered, historic, traditional lands, territories of the First Nations, Wolastoqey, Mi'kmaq, Beskodemokaty, the guardian and the caretakers of these beautiful lands, the nation, the people that we are here before your ancestors, and people like me immigrated, settled, and called Menakes as a home. Tonight, I know I'm speaking to power. As a resident who are opposing to the City of St. John's proposal to change its law, the land use, the rezoning, and the wetlands in Lorenville. Apologize, but I don't think I said my address earlier. Sorry, Mayor. Okay, my address is 21 Allison Drive in Rothesay.
Oh, okay, thanks. I forgot to ask.
Okay. Please let me share my story. I came from one of the Global South nations. To be clear, when I said Global South, it does not include Canada's southern neighbor in the south. I came from the Equator with 17,000 of islands located in Indian Oceans to the south and west, and the Pacific Ocean to the north and east. We have an eternal summer with some rains, brings cooling breeze during the Himalaya monsoon. Indeed, this makes this place a paradise, at least for a while in my short memory, until everything has become too uncertain. We have too hot weather. The capital is slowly sinking due to the Java Sea level rise, due to climate change and excessive groundwater extractions. I was there a couple months ago, and when returned, my sister told me the village was flooded through WhatsApp with some depressing pictures. The village I know has gone. No more trees. Concrete jungle has invaded the village. In the name of progress, brings more extremely unpleasant heat waves in the summer days. Back to the Turtle Islands, where 20% of global fresh water are sprawling. Some of those are here in these areas. Just to give us an illustration, the average of Canadians' ecological footprints is 7.4 global hectares, while the global average is lower at 2.6 global hectares. My sister's is 1.58 GHA. Why mentioning this is actually matter. Why do we have to care for what happened? Well, quote, in June 2021, a new extreme flood was reported in the Amazon basin, the largest hydrological system on Earth. During this event, water level was above 25 meters, the emergency threshold, for 91 days in Manaus Station, Brazil, surpassing even the previous historical flood of 2012. In November 2021, quote, British Columbia, the floods affected more than 1,000 farms, 15,000 farms, 15,000 hectares of land, 2.5 million livestock, and British Columbia's road and railway infrastructure during these events, water level was about 29 meters. Quote, in 2022, a historic flood in Pakistan, 1,739 people died, including 647 children, and additional 12,867 were injured. Over 2.1 million people were left homeless because of the floods. Its damage, the cost estimate is 40 billion in economic losses. Of course, these unprecedented events have nothing to do with the City of St. John Industrial Park expansion and reasoning of Laurenville's wetlands. But the reality is, everything is connected. Our economy has been connected globally for centuries, and we have been connected through economic globalization. I'm a social worker, working in addiction and mental health care, working with vulnerable peoples over the past decades. This role has taught me on how to meet people where they at, understanding one's pain, loss, and healing. I have seen how one's environment has changed. It would impact their well-being. The loss such environment, such as through natural disasters, domestic violence, or community violence, would compromise one's psychosocial baseline, for sure. This desire of unstoppable development situation, of which have caused us facing serious dilemma between choosing over our economic needs or keeping our community well-being, would cause the Laurenville residents feeling of grief, loss over their home, natural environment, and broken relationship with the land. The decision that the city and the council will make on Laurenville will have impact locally and globally, for sure. As traditional Grand Chief of Woolastoq Nations stated in his letter, I am here to echo and counsel to reject, to protect the reasoning of Laurenville. It is the time we are seriously giving respect to First Nations wisdom as part of the 1725 Peace and Friendship Treaty. To the Council, I invite you to join the global climate justice movement by put this on hold, and then let us having deeper reflections on what we need to protect than what we want to gain. For the Laurenville folks, I'm extending my solidarity as an ally. Let's find a better web pathways for the many generations to come. Moliwun, merci, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take the next speaker. Can I get the next speaker, please? I'll call 3 times. Is there anyone left to speak against the proposal? I'll ask again. Come on over to the mic and give us your name and your address.
Just so you all know, I was not planning on speaking tonight, but I saw something in the, I'm sorry, my name is John Rowell, R-O-W-E-L-L. I live in Mooresdale. I have family here in Laurenville. My daughter, my son-in-law, and my almost 1-month-old granddaughter. They just bought a house in the past year down here. Their family has been here for, his brother's right here, so. 1840. Since 1840. This place was filled with McCavers.
Oh, yeah.
Some of her relatives. Anyhow, I do not like to public speak, but when I watched the 2 videos that the young lady showed, the last video that she showed was, I don't know if you would call it a vision statement or a commitment or a pledge from the city of St. John. It listed all the things about the environment and what they are going to do, what their desires were, their whole outlook on the environment. How many of you read each one of those comments on that, statements on that? How many of you read those, all of those?
We all read them.
Okay, great. If there is a unanimous or an overwhelming majority yes vote for this to go through, that throws out every single one of those comments on their commitment to you. Every one. Now, I don't know if anybody's thought about that, but that's your material right there. That's your fight right there. What the city has promised
John,
you.
can I get you to just
Yes.
speak?
What
into
the
mic-
city has,
because,
what
yeah,
the city has
we're on YouTube,
promised
right?
its constituents. That's your ammo, right there. Now, nothing against all of you. I don't know you folks. I'm sure you're all great folks. I'd probably be good friends with any one of you if I met you in public. I do not envy your jobs whatsoever. Politics is a very hard business, and especially in a situation like this. So there is no disrespect meant to any of you. I mean, you have my utmost respect for doing the job that you do. But going against the city's own commitment, their very own commitment to these people, either that was written as a warm and fuzzy PR piece to make the citizens feel good, or it was a commitment to the people. This decision will tell which it was. And these people and many others are going to hold the city to account for it. The gentleman that spoke earlier about how the groundwater and everything, this whole industrial park is uphill from Lornville. Everything that happens in that industrial park that goes to the groundwater, everything comes toward the wells of all these citizens. That alone should say, whoa, we can't do this. If it was downhill, okay, something different. You know, if the houses were higher and the park was downhill from that, that's different. But everything in Lornville is downhill from that industrial park. We all know what happens in industrial parks. We've all seen it. We've been around long enough. I'm 66 years old. I can tell you disaster after disaster after disaster. I used to work at AIM. I get out of there before the fire happened. I know what disasters look like, and I know when to leave. So to you folks, that statement, that's your ammunition right there. Hold them to account to their promise to you, each one of those promises to you. Best of luck to you all. I'll watch this from the sidelines, and hopefully it all works out well for you. And best of luck to each one of you for making the right decision and sticking up for your constituents. I know it isn't always possible to stick up for every single thing. We give and we take. However, in this situation, this is pretty clear cut. This is pretty clear cut. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And thank you for
John.
listening.
Okay, before I take the next speaker, it is 9:45. We would need a motion if we're going to stay past 10. So hang on for a second. What I'd like to know, I guess, is if I've got another 20 speakers, then we don't need to go past 10. If we've got enough speakers that we can get through in the next little bit, maybe it's worth going past 10. So I'm just curious, how many speakers are left that would like to speak opposed?
At least 5 on the list we have so far.
Pardon me?
There's at least 5.
There's 5 left?
No, at least.
Quick to go past? Okay, all right, well, we'll do that. I think it might be, okay, let's go. We'll take the next one. Next speaker, come on forward.
Is that going to shorten the time that you have to discuss this?
Okay, folks, hello. I'd like to get my next speaker organized. Please be respectful. Over to you. I'll take your name and address.
Sure thing. I'm Chris Smith, and I live uptown. I would also like to just register my opposition to the changes. I mean, not to belabor some stuff, but I would agree generally with the environmental issues that have been highlighted and discussed, and that's really the main thing that that's holding me back, or I'm opposed to. And I just want to again highlight what I think is the importance of considering the environmental assessment. I know that it's a different process, but that doesn't really make sense to me. If you want to have all the information to make your decision on the expansion or not, that should include all the data and information you have. So anyway, that's my say there. Again, to reiterate what other people have said, I'm reluctant to, again, rely on industry to fix all of our problems. That even the City of St. John report, as Namit indicated, has even said is making these problems worse, it seems. It's not getting us out of them. It's, again, we've highlighted the cancer rates and asthma and all those other things. So yeah, all that stuff. Again, so just some things that I want to focus on, I guess, is again, the reliability of industry to really help us and to depend on them to, fix things for us. We talked about how, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. We already saw the battery company go up. I think it dissolved or whatever it was. So was it a once in a lifetime opportunity then? We see, big companies, Amazon in Quebec, they just left the province. They built all these warehouses and whatnot, and then they, left the province because employees decided to unionize and actually get, a fair shake at things. Is that going to happen if this does go by and we all decide to help these people unionize if they do have these jobs? Are they going to take off on us? Can we rely on these companies to stick around even if it's not, if they face a little bit of hardship? I don't think we can. And again, the evidence shows that we can't. Even if we assumed that we were doing this in a vacuum and none of the environmental things were a factor, which obviously they are, is this even still a good deal at that? There was the financial reports about, promise of $3 billion based on NDAs and stuff that, maybe you guys have more information than we do, but it wasn't a very convincing sales pitch to me. If you're looking for real information that's grounded in something than just an NDA or promises or magic beans or whatever. Again, we see, just looking outside, we see in Ontario with the whole Therm debacle where they've, ruined Ontario Place there for this promise of this development and all this kind of stuff. And then now it turns out that company is a shell company. Essentially, they were lying about all sorts of stuff. I'm not saying that's happening here, but we ruin all this stuff that's truly a once in a lifetime thing that we have, this gem that we have on these promises that maybe they're going to disappear if we decide to unionize the workers and they don't like that. They can go somewhere else. And then again, the last thing I want to say is what is actually going to be the quality of these jobs? The number of jobs promised seemed very underwhelming for the amount of costs that it seems like this is going to, in terms of environmental costs, all the other costs that we've gone over and over again. I was just looking up on Indeed at some data center jobs today in New Brunswick, because there already are some. I didn't really see any full-time jobs. It was all part-time jobs. There were some very convenient, what does it even call it? I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Freelancing jobs. Like they were literally freelancing jobs, and the job ad said, you can do this around your other part-time job or freelance jobs. Is that what we want to build? Is that what's going to, make our society better? Not saying that is exactly what it is, but none of those jobs were what we would consider not precarious. They were all precarious types of employment. Is that what we're going to bring more of? The reports told us nothing about that. Maybe they are going to be good union jobs, et cetera, but maybe they're not. There's no indication of what these jobs are going to be. The construction jobs, the numbers were good, but those are just temporary jobs. Bigger picture, what does this all mean for that? So I'm not even convinced on the economic side of things, even if we weren't even considering the environmental side of things, which we obviously should. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker, please. We'll take the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hannah Duguay, and I live on the Upper West Side. I'd like to echo many of the sentiments already shared by other constituents who've spoken in opposition to the proposal to rezone areas of Laurenville for the Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion. I echo the feeling of mistrust and frustration due to the lack of transparency in this proposal to date, also taking into consideration the history of the area and previous industrial projects, which has been commented on in detail by other constituents already. I echo the worry of the impact it will have upon the current community of Laurenville and their quality of life. Pollution, noise, and industrial encroachment are proven to adversely affect mental health and overall well-being. Not to mention the unknown possible risks like contamination of the many well and water sources in Laurenville, the risk of explosions, fires, and other disasters that we are all too familiar with in St. John, and the emergency management of said possible disasters in a small town with one-way access in and out. I echo the apprehension of the environmental devastation that will follow the approval and green lighting of this project. Just because an area is deemed significant or a PSW by the province does not automatically mean that every other area is insignificant. I am not an environmentalist or a scientist. Fortunately, we have heard from many of those who are, though. But I know filling in wetlands during a climate crisis and a 6 mass extinction event, which we are currently in, is a reckless idea. Luckily, I do not need to be an expert to know this, as it's common sense. I echo the fear of the impacts this will have on today's children and the generations to come. I want to know we're setting up our children for happy, healthy, and safe futures. I am not a parent, and I constantly struggle with the decision on whether or not I should be. I love children and have always thought I would be a mom, but I am petrified of the future to come. Watching my elected government officials promoting industrial expansion in the interests of business over the well-being of their constituents and the environment around us feeds into this fear. I echo the notion that we should know better than to approve this as a town already devastated by large industry. As that has been pointed out many times, we have one of Canada's most wealthy industrial families that call St. John home. The youth I teach are statistically amongst the poorest children in Canada. It is not a coincidence that these two things coexist in St. John, but rather a direct consequence of the short-sightedness and prioritizing of the interests of business over community elected officials have had in the past. We have failed to adequately tax and to hold the Irvings accountable for their actions for decades now. Why would this be any different? The arbitrary tax limits we continue to follow for industry means we as community members have some of the highest property tax rates in Canada, while industry is able to shirk paying their fair dues back into the community. Repeating the same thing twice and expecting different results is often referred to as the definition of insanity. This is not a financially smart investment or opportunity, but rather another avenue for us to be exploited and for the people here to pay the ultimate price. On this point, I will also share, I live less than a kilometer from the pulp and paper mill by the Reversing Falls. I walk or bus by it most days commuting to or from work or to the uptown area. It is by far the worst part of my commute and a daily thorn in my side. I often see tourists visiting the Reversing Falls. It is a UNESCO site recognized across the world for its unique geological and current properties. It makes sense that it's a popular tourist attraction. I'm almost embarrassed every time I see tourists there for the first time, seeing the full landscape, including the pulp and paper mill directly beside the Reversing Falls. It's an eyesore that ruins the beauty of the area. We need to recognize we are an industry town. This is the narrative everyone here today has heard and been subject to our whole lives. It's been normalized and we've become blinded by the familiarity of it. We do not need to continue on this way. We can and must use our imaginations to envision a better future, prioritizing people and nature over industry and neoliberalism. I echo the skepticism of what may be coming as a result of the expansion. The few details we have received are alarming at best. Either a data center or some kind of green industry player is interested in this area. The fact that we respect the privacy of business over the privacy and interests of people is awful. I did not The identities of these businesses are protected. Meanwhile, the expectation for citizens to speak here tonight is to publicly share their full names and civic addresses. I don't have these companies' names or addresses. It's difficult to inform ourselves and make judgment calls when we do not know what's to come. If I may speculate for a moment, though, let's imagine it's a data center that's ultimately the result of this proposal. I and many others strongly oppose this. Like it's been pointed out, a couple of quick web searches will tell you about the detrimental effects data centers have on the environment and the people living around them. They are gluttonous for water, energy, land, and have extremely high emissions. I don't have time to get into details today. However, I highly encourage each and every one of you to look into the data center in Memphis, Tennessee, owned by Elon Musk, and its impacts to date on the surrounding community. In a nutshell, the emissions are linked to outrageous and lethal health effects, including asthma, cancer, mental health struggles like anxiety and depression. And let's take a moment to question, what purpose does a data center serve? AI. AI is largely an unethical practice which relies on data hoarding, an invasion of privacy of all tech users, promoting surveillance states in general, the use of slavery in data coding and mining, on top of horrendous environmental impacts. People largely do not benefit from AI, tech Goliaths do. How long will AI be promoted and used? 5 years? 10 years? How long can we keep up with that? With its monstrous appetite, devastating an environmental area for such short usage and gain. I echo the dismay of the lack of collaboration with Indigenous leaders and communities in the area. Where is their voice in this process? Are we really going to pretend to promote truth and reconciliation while following a historically colonial practice of land grabbing for the sake of capitalism? The comment was made within the proposal presentation last Monday that public opinion is not necessarily that of public interest. This was a condescending slap in the face. The idea that people living in Lornville and what remains of the Indigenous Willistic people here today after several hundreds of years of colonization do not know what's best for them is a way to disregard and ignore the voices of the people who are directly impacted. It's disrespectful, shameful, and a gaslighting technique to call it out for what it truly is.
And I'm just going to stop you for 1 second. I'll put your time on stop. It's 21:59. I would like to get a motion to go until we finish off those who are opposed, because there doesn't seem to be too many more, and it would be just nice for the community to finish that off, I think. Okay, Councillor Ogden and Councillor Radwan. So, Councillor Norton?
Your Worship, unless we have assurance that going past the 10 o'clock hour is going to finish those that are in opposition, we are putting ourselves in the very same position as we did last week, where we're doing ourselves a little benefit and certainly no benefit to the community that's come out. So unless we have absolute assurance that we're gonna be able to complete those that are speaking opposed, then I'm asking for council that we adjourn for the 10 o'clock hour.
Okay. So okay, well, just let me, what do we have left, did you say? For speakers? Oh, yeah, well, we can hear them like in the next whatever, between now and 11, or we can hear them is it the 16th we'd be back?
I guess, Your Worship, what I'm saying is I don't believe that this council has assurance. What we have is a back of the envelope number that there's approximately 5 more speakers, which by my mental math is approximately 40 or 50 minutes. We are setting ourselves up for failure like we did last time, going past the 10 o'clock hour. I'm asking for council to adjourn, as has been the practice, at 10 o'clock. And if we go into a third meeting hearing those that are opposed, I believe that would be the best practice at this point.
I would second Councillor Norton, Your Worship, on that. I think that there's a lot of, energy and emotions, and we need to take a pause till next time if we can.
Okay, I've got a couple of speakers here. Councillor Radwan?
Mayor, I guess my biggest concern is I see a lot of people that were here last week. They're here again. Do we need them to come a third time? I just want to some people might not be able to. So the biggest thing for me is, can we please at least make sure that anybody who maybe can't come next week gets to speak tonight?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sullivan, I'll go to you. Hang on there, Councilor Norton, I'm coming back to you.
Understanding, 10 o'clock is, if the motion doesn't pass. I don't think staying to the end, my sense is the same as Councilor Norton's, that we would be past 11. But if we don't vote to go past 10, I do want to finish with the current.
Oh, absolutely. I got her on hold here anyway. I've got you on hold there, Hannah. Deputy?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, we've got people that are speaking in favor of it that's been here for 2 weeks now. So, I mean, we're not going to finish this tonight. I think we finish off with Hannah. And then when Hannah's done, we call it a night and come back, start off with the 3 or 4 that are left to speak against, and then go into the.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, so City Clerk, they would just withdraw their motion?
Well, there was a motion on the floor, Your
Right.
Worship, to go
Just vote
beyond
on it?
10, so we could just
Just vote
add
on
to
it.
that, go beyond 10 to finish the current speaker.
Put more precision on that motion that we go beyond the 10 o'clock hour and only finish the speaker that's at the podium now, and then the meeting's adjourned after
Yeah,
Hannah.
we good with, okay, good. Well, yeah, that's just an amendment on it. So I think we're good with our motion. All in favor? Perfect. Back to you, Hannah. Sorry for that.
That's okay. I only have a few sentences, and now we all definitely know my name. Community members will be victims if this proposal proceeds. Our environment will be victim to devastation if this proposal proceeds. I remind you, your job is to represent your constituents and their opinions, not to represent the interests of businesses. That means healthy debate, conversation, listening, and thoughtful decision-making. I ask that you please take in and internalize the voices of your community surrounding you. The answer is here if you really listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Okay, so before I hand it over to Councillor Lowe to adjourn the meeting, I just want to check with staff on the next date that we would be back with this. Okay. Can you motion for us to have a brief recess?
And the meeting be adjourned.
Oh,
To when?
yeah, well, we need to continue the public hearing, right, at some point in time. So we're just asking for a brief recess to come up with the date.
Oh, yeah, well, you can think about it.
So just a recess for a few minutes. Seconded, okay, all in favor? Okay, good. All right, we're just a quick recess, so, because we need to find the next date so we can let people know. Well, that's what they're going to discuss, that's what they're going to figure out right now. 5 o'clock, okay. Okay, can I call the meeting back to order briefly? I just want to call the meeting back to order briefly. So what the process requires is that we give a date if we're not done for the next one. So we're thinking June the 3rd, it's a Tuesday night. Who's talking to me? Well, that's because all of all the dates were all different. And because this Councillor Ogden, just relax for a second here. Councillor Ogden. Councillor Ogden, would you let me speak, please? Because this is my meeting. So what we were saying, as I said, when I started to talk to a few people over there, the legal says tonight, we thought we'd try to get a date. Legal says tonight, if you're going to continue this, you need to give the next date. So we had suggested over there, maybe we do a doodle poll and see what it is, but tonight we need to provide that date. So if that's the case, we're going to say, pardon me? I am not making the decision. Your staff is part of it. Barry, I just explained to you. I just said, can you? Thank you.
On the point of order, Councillor Ogden is totally out of order, and if he can't stop and let you finish, I suggest you remove him from the meeting.
Okay, I'll finish up. So at the end of this conversation of let's put a doodle poll out, your general counsel said we can't do that. What you need to do is announce a date before you leave. And so that's what we want to do. So the next public hearing is June the 2nd. It has June 3rd. No, that's the date we're going with, isn't it? Yeah, but your public, the next, right. So, right, on our next council meeting, there's 4 public hearings, so we're going to bump to the Tuesday, correct? On June, yeah.
And then on June 3rd, we'll have
right. We'll have the continuation of this one on June the 3rd. We'll start at 5, and then we'll just go through again, and we'll try to get the rest of those who are opposed, and then we will hopefully hear from those who are in favor, and then we will be able to wrap up the public hearing and close the public hearing. So that's what the goal would be. So I'm giving you a date because your general counsel says we need to announce the next date so that everybody's here knows what the next date is. So are we all good with that? Continuing on June 3rd. 5 p.m.
Just want to confirm it's outside the FCM dates, Your Worship. I think it's just like a 1 day shy of that.
Yes, I think so. I think everyone's back on the Monday.
Okay, perfect. Amazing.
Okay. Are we good? Nothing. Just that. All right. So now. No, we just to declare it. So Councillor Lowe, I'm going to go to you for your motion, our favorite one of the night. Oh, wait a minute. City Clerk, sorry.
Your Worship, I would recommend passing a motion to book this special meeting.
Okay.
Because right now we don't have a special meeting. That's
We continue this as a special meeting on June 3rd.
Third.
correct.
5. Okay, got a motion. A mover and a seconder. So I'll call the question on that one? Are we good? Or do you want to, did you want to speak? Okay, good. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Redwine? Yep.
I'm
Councillor
just a
Redwine?
little concerned, Mayor, that you could end up not having quorum. I don't know if some of us are in transit. I'm trying to think of when I'm back, actually.
I think everybody's back on Monday.
You know, Air Canada's.
Yeah, I think everyone's.
Rebooking
Yep.
flights, I don't know.
Yeah, because that
Anyway,
thing
hopefully you
finishes
have
up on
quorum.
Sunday. Okay.
Hopefully we're not in transit, because
Yep.
you could maybe end up with no quorum.
Councillor Lowe?
I move the meeting be adjourned.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Perfect. All in favor? Good night, everyone.